All right, good afternoon. I'm going to call to order Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole meeting. We'll begin. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Kistler. Here. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Commissioner Ray. Chair Streps.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor. Here. Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
Commissioner DeLue. You have 7 present.
Thank you. We do know Commissioner DeLue is traveling today, and we'll expect to see our other colleagues soon. We'll go to item number 2, public comment. This is an opportunity where public comment can be made in person or by phone by calling 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748 and then *3. You'll then join the queue. This is your opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes on any topic in a professional and respectful manner. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? You're welcome to join us at the podium. And there's a button on the microphone stand with a person on it. If you press that, then we'll be able to hear you. You got it. Excellent. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Streps and Kalamazoo County Commissioners. I'm here. My name is Sherry Lutz, and I'm here on behalf of the Village of Schoolcraft to thank you for your consideration for the grant that was recently submitted for playground equipment. So I just wanted to thank you for that. I also want to let you know, just out of transparency, we did receive an additional $2,000 to go towards that. The grant cost that was submitted to you, we got last year, and I'm pretty darn sure it's gone up considerably since. So thank you.
And thank you very much. Who else would like to join us? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. My name is Sarah Schuler. I am the Foreclosure Prevention Specialist here in the Kalamazoo County Treasurer's Office. We are partnering with the Northside Association for Community Development for a community resource fair, focusing on property tax foreclosure prevention and connecting our community members with resources that can help them tackle some of those underlying barriers. That resource fair is going to be Tuesday, October 14th, 4:30 to 6:30 at the Northside Association. We'll have emergency assistance organizations there, employment and training resources, banks available for to guide people through potential lending options. I have some flyers to hand out if that's something that you would like. We are also doing a Kalamazoo County Treasurer's Office on the Road initiative this year, partnering with Oakwood Neighborhood Association. That's going to be November 6th, Comstock Township, November 12th, the Ridgeland Community Center, November 13th, Northside Association for Community Development, November 17th, the Vine Neighborhood Association, November 19th, Edison Neighborhood Association, December 3rd, South County Community Services, December 10th, and Portage City Hall on December 11th. I have all of that here for you, and feel free to share that information with your constituents. Administrator, can I hand these over to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Nice to meet you. Sounds like good stuff. All right, who else would like to join us? Welcome, your honor. There we go.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Good afternoon. I'm here to ask you to find a way to allocate to the circuit and probate courts the $300,000 or so that it has requested for its 2026 operating budget. When I submitted that budget to you in May, I did so in the same manner that I always do when dealing with county administration and with you, the Board of Commissioners, and that is with respect, with brevity, based on facts, not emotions, and with zero gamesmanship. I wanted to be open, honest, and transparent. I asked for what we needed, and I continue to ask for what we need. I've striven in my many years of court leadership roles to be known by you as a trusted partner that you can rely on when you have questions about the court, when you have questions about the law, or you have questions about our employees or our dealings with employees. I don't come here very often, and I do so out of respect, and I don't do so lightly today. I try to stay in my lane, and I trust that the other two branches of government will act as deliberatively as our branch of government does as we do our jobs. With all that said, the circuit and probate court need the additional money that we've requested. I'm not asking you to allocate a single dollar for a new program, for a new service, or for any new people. I only seek to provide the same level of service in 2026 that we have provided in 2025. We've stayed in a static budget for about 10 years, and inflation and state mandated increases have caught up. For example, the state nearly tripled the cost of transcript preparation this year without consulting local courts, without consulting their funding units. And at the same time, they mandated that we pay for more hearings to be transcribed than we ever have had to do in the past. Likewise, state mandated costs for interpreters and for appointed appeals lawyers have gone up substantially. Again, no consult from Lansing with us or with you about that. Postage. Think of all of these subpoenas, notices, juror summons, and orders that come out of our court on a daily basis, not because we want to, but because we are required to, and that is way, way up. As of yesterday, our budget for postage for 2025 is at 122% of all of 2025, and we still have Q4 to go. But I'm preaching to the choir about unfunded mandates, and I'll move on. I want to let you know that we've been good stewards of the resources that have been granted to us, even when it doesn't benefit our own bottom line. For example, right now we have a shovel-ready plan for reorganizing positions within the Friend of the Court, about 15. These are hard to fill, hard to retain, and vacant positions currently that when this body approves our eliminate and create plan will result in a net $48,000 annual savings to the county, even though that doesn't affect our individual court operating budget. Now, if you don't allocate the resources that we've requested, the world's not going to end, but there will be some draconian cuts that'll have to be made so we can simply pay the bills to perform our constitutionally and statutorily mandated duties. These cuts will have a negative effect. The morale, spirit, and well-being of our 250 employees and 9 countywide elected officials will be hurt. This will in turn degrade community stability from the services and programs that we provide to our citizens, and public safety will suffer. Members of the Board of the Commissioners, I implore you to work with Administrator Dr. Catlin and examine the available resources so that you have and allocate the additional $300,000 requested to the circuit and probate courts for 2026. And I thank you for your time. Myself, my staff, my judges, we're all available. We're an email or a phone call away. All of you know that, and I ask you to call us if necessary.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm joining you today now as a member of the Judiciary. Very privileged to say that here tonight. And I'm coming to you as someone who sat in your seat, who went through budget seasons and was making the very decisions that you're making now. And what I can remember is that, you get a bunch of numbers in black and white. You might have some people come and talk to you about, what the needs are and why they need them. But we're not coming to you saying, we need 400,000 when we actually only need 200,000. We're coming to you saying our budget will not be balanced. We have to cut, things that are critical, like judicial training potentially. I'm hoping, I know Dr. Catlin had the list. You could see, I'm sure it was sent all to you, so you can see everything we'd have to cut. And, I was also on appropriations at the state level. So, we all know we have to do a balanced budget. And the fact is, the judiciary is critical. It's a critical function of our county government. We talk to jurors, every day and say, this is a critical piece of our democracy and our government, the things that you're doing with us today. So, I'm just appealing to you because I know you don't just always have a great perspective on, is this really a need or is this a want? We're here coming to tell you that these are needs. We have not, the judiciary in this county has not had operating increases for 10 years approximately, and it's just untenable after what we faced in all this time. So I'm just coming to you to respectfully request that you seriously consider what we are asking you to do, because it is critical for the citizens and to ensure that everyone has equal access to justice and the due process rights that are required by our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Honorable Commissioners and our Administrator. My name is Judge Rebecca D'Angelo, and I live in Texas Township. I am here to ask you to approve our request of about $311,000, and I want to talk to you a little bit about something that's always very important to me, and that is the people and the community that we all represent. I ran my campaign approximately 3 years ago, primarily on being a people's judge. I was here and wanted to run and got elected to represent the community and their needs, not just one side or the other. It's important that a judge makes sure that justice is done every time people are in their courtroom. Whether it is a defendant who is there fighting maybe for his or her life, it's the prosecution, or it's in the family court when you have parents who are desperately trying to reunite with their families. We are here to ensure that justice is done. And that is why we need these funds in order to continue that. Transcription cost. As you could see, our request is around $141,000 of an increase in transcription costs. Why? First of all, originally transcription costs were just $1.75 a page. By unknown change of our own, they're now $3.75 a page. What transcriptions do is protect the people. That is when a hearing is transcribed, lawyers get an opportunity to review it, appellate counsel gets an opportunity to review it, and judges get an opportunity to review it as well, with regard to proceedings that might have happened at a lower level or at another level. It is important that we have accurate and thorough transcripts in order for us, not only as judges, to do our jobs, but most importantly, the attorneys that are representing their clients in our court. They need to have those transcripts, whether it's up on appeal or it's just up on a review or it's in preparation for trial, so that they are good advocates. These services are essential to what we provide our community. In addition to that, the appellate attorney cost fee, that has gone up about 5%. What was staggering to me, and by the way, I have a new appreciation for what you all do. I was an employee with the county, right, for years, and I got the benefit of how easily run the court system was. I got to, just show up at work and everything seemed to just always fall into place. Little did I know, by the way, how much work you all put in behind the scenes, or even how much the court administration puts in behind the scenes to make that happen. So first of all, thank you for what you do. I have a new appreciation being on this side of the bench. But nevertheless to say, so let me go to appellate attorney fees, and let me know if I'm getting close to my 3 minutes. I do tend to be long-winded. Appellate attorney fees, as you all know, appellate attorneys are essential. We have been seeing a huge increase in influx in our cases in this last quarter here. Almost like the Grammys, right? Wow, that's really cool. But anyway, so just on a quick note here, we have seen just in this last quarter, just here in 2025, a 44% increase in filings for appeals and reviews of cases. This goes directly to the benefit of our citizens here in Kalamazoo County. So when you're looking at these costs, these are our real numbers. These aren't inflated. We're not politicians. That's not our job. We're here to represent the truth to you and to represent exactly what the costs are that we will be incurring. So I do ask you to review the paperwork that has been submitted and hopefully support our request. Thank you again.
Thank you. Who else would like to join us for public comment? Welcome.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Jane Ghosh with Discover Kalamazoo. I'm here on three matters. The first is just about 10 days ago, we received our 2024 visitor spending data by county for the state of Michigan, and I'm pleased to report that Kalamazoo County visitor spending increased 3.6% to $771 million, directly supporting 7,600 jobs. And we remain, when you compare for all counties with any significant amount of visitor spending, 2024 visitor spending to 2019, we remain the fastest growing county in the state of Michigan. So I look forward to coming back to the commission in the coming month or two to update you on our 2026 strategy and share more details around those numbers. The second and third things are, I wanted to let you know that we stand ready to partner with two of the applicants for the community grants applications. The first is Ashtamo Township. You'll see a grant for the traffic study. We recognize that this traffic study will be covering very similar area to a traffic study that's required for the indoor youth and amateur sports facility. We think there's opportunities to collaborate with them on that study should they receive the grant. And then the second is Texas Township. You'll see a community engagement grant that they've applied for. We are currently sharing an intern that we have in our geolocation data with Texas Township to help them understand how citizens are moving around and what visitation to Texas Township looks like. And we stand ready to continue to collaborate with them should they receive the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yeah, don't be shy. Welcome to you too. There's a little button down with a person on it on the stand. Administrator will help you.
Great.
Oh, thank you.
On the
Okay,
mic
now you can
stands.
hear me.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Julie Stolsky. I'm from Portage area. I am the current Kalamazoo County Fair Advisory President. And I see a lot of my other Kalamazoo County Fair friends in the audience as well. So just wanted to read you a quick little blurb about why our fair is really important. The Kalamazoo County Fair is more than just a week of summer fun. It's a vital community tradition that brings people together, supports youth development, strengthens our local economy. I don't know if you guys know, but for 180 years, this fair has been the cornerstone of Kalamazoo County's cultural and agricultural identity. And CBG chat validated that for me. So a couple reasons why our fair is so important. We want to support youth and education. Basically, we have a strong program here for 4-H in our county. These organizations give young people hands-on experience in agriculture, animal care, public speaking, and life skills. From livestock shows to creative arts to science projects, the fair provides a platform for youth to showcase their hard work and value life. But beyond that, our Kalamazoo County Fair strengthens community connections. It's a gathering place, a place where families, neighbors, and visitors can come together to celebrate local talents and traditions and shared values. And also have an elephant ear or two, right? We just want to promote agriculture and local businesses and meet the community needs. We can offer programming and educational events and outreach and volunteer opportunities for our community. It's also a platform to grow and bring people together, the broader community of equality, education, and opportunity. It provides a stage for youth to shine. We also would like to have an open class for adults to showcase their dahlias, flowers, craft events that they might have. So with the support of our Fair Advisory Council, we hope that you consider funding some of the stuff for us to expand our fair in future years. And I just wanted to leave that comment. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others? If there are also additional community members that want to join us in public comment, you can feel free to come forward and sort of be near the podium, and that will help us move through comments as we discuss. And welcome to you. Thanks for stepping forward.
Is it on? Awesome. Awesome. Well, my name is Ebony Hempel. I'm the Executive Director of Benton Not Broken. So thank you, Chair and Co-Chair, for having us here today. I want to say thank you for considering Benton Not Broken for a proclamation. We are truly honored to have our work recognized and uplifted by the community. Your acknowledgement will affirm the importance of empowering youth and families impacted by the juvenile justice system and inspire us to continue with our purpose and change. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others? Dina, do we have anyone online?
Chair, we do not.
Thank you so much. All right. That will bring us to the end of that public comment period. We're going to move next to our interview for our Aeronautics Board of Trustees. And let me get my materials open. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be up here in front of all the commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, just a moment to get my questions to come up on my screen.
Of course.
Well, thank you so much. Okay, let me. Here we go. All right. Thank you. So Commissioner Miller, council member, I always say it the wrong way. Thank you very much for being here this evening. So we're going to go through a short list of questions. We'll kind of go around. There's not enough for each of us. And we have a lot on the agenda, so we appreciate you taking the time to fully answer our questions, but we'll take about 10 minutes with you if possible. Okay?
Fantastic.
All right. So could you share with us why you're interested in serving for another term on the Aeronautics Board?
Yes, so I know I've met many of the commissioners, but my name is Nicole Miller. I've lived in Portage my entire life. I'm interested in continuing my service on the airport board. I own a local travel agency. Travel has always been a passion of mine, and I realized several years ago that the airport board didn't have a wide diversity as far as types of travel. So I like to represent the leisure travel on the board, having all of that leisure background and everything. Having different connections in with the community. The airport's been doing a really good job lately at trying to reach out and do more community events, get more businesses involved, and really get the message out about what the airport is, what we serve, and what the goals are as far as trying to expand service and different activities within the airport bounds.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Miller. Appreciate you being here. Have you had any diversity, equity, inclusion training? And if so, could you tell us about it? And please share what you've learned from working with people of different cultures.
Yeah, so as far as it relates to my role on the airport board, we haven't done any specific diversity training there. I am still a licensed physical therapist assistant. So every 2 years we have different courses that we have to take in order to recertify. And I have done courses in implicit bias as well as diversity training to maintain that license. And then my experience as a council member has really brought lots of different community members, different cultures, different backgrounds, different experiences to life in that practical matter, where I get to listen to their views, listen to how they think about something, how they process it, and how different things impact those different cultures.
All right, what is the greatest strength as a board member? And tell us how you take part in the work of this board.
Thank you, Commissioner Mazur. I would say that my strength as a board member is really being very being able to communicate. Don't take this into account for that, but being able to communicate with my fellow board members to, make sure that we all have each other's ideas and backgrounds and values in mind because all of the members do bring something different. They bring different experiences, and being able to highlight those more, I think is great. So being that kind of connector between. I do sit on the Air Service Expansion and Retention Committee. So we just recently relaunched that committee for the board this year and have been really working to get with local businesses to explain the benefits, both monetarily as well as the benefits to their employees about using the Kalamazoo Airport and how it can be really effective overall. The airport pre-pandemic had an annual air fair, and that was something that took a while to get back up and running. And I did not have any part in planning it this year. The staff did a fantastic job. There were, I believe, around 2,000 people that attended the air fair this year in its first year back. So that, is a great community event to get invested there. And then one of the marketing subcommittee I also serve on. Having a local small business, I do a lot of marketing, so I bring that marketing perspective to the airport staff as well.
Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. I guess I get the tough question. Do you attend meetings regularly? You probably make more of them than I do.
Yes. The meetings that we have are scheduled in advance. I am able to schedule about 80% of my travel for business around those. I did not look specifically at my current record, but I would say on average, I maybe miss one meeting a year. We do have the opportunity to, tele in via, I believe we use Zoom. Don't quote me, but we're not allowed to vote or anything. But if possible at all, I always attend those meetings virtually so that I can keep up on what is going on should I not be there.
You want me to take the last one? Or are we going to kick that around the horn? Nikki, do you have any questions for us?
So being that I've been on the airport board for a while, I know that the airport operates under the county, but it's kind of its own little division because of the business practices and everything that's set up. One of my questions for you would be, what additional things do you feel that the county or the local businesses outside the county could do to help support and promote the airport? I don't ask the easy questions.
That's a real good question, but you're going to have, what it was, 8 or 9 now. You'll have that many answers.
Okay. Yeah, if there is anything, and I understand time is of the essence tonight. So if it's something that you just wanted to have a private conversation with me, what other things that we can do to continue to help support the airport? Because we do know that small regional airports are being greatly impacted by the major carriers. It is really hard to get new routes or additional carriers at an airport right now, not just here in Kalamazoo. This is happening nationwide. So it is looking at from the airport what we can do in addition to those commercial services, because a lot of times lay people will think the airport is just for, your United and Delta flights. But there are a lot of other things that happen on the airport, both with the tower that we have, with the cargo ramp that we have now. There's different repair shops and different their field base of operations, FBOs. So I like to try to point those things out when I can, because a lot of times lay people like me in the leisure section think it's just for getting to and from a destination, to and from a trip or a vacation, but there are other things that the airport is offering. And if there's anything else that you feel could tie into that, I would be really open to see what those would be.
Yeah, Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I think you answered what I would ask. I think for most of us, we're looking at a better way where we don't have to travel to Detroit or Chicago. For me, I try to use, your airport just because I'll pay it in gas anyway. But it's the layovers and things like that. But if you could send an email to let us know what the other amenities are, I think that might help us be able to have those discussions in the community, because I personally don't know anything outside of if I need to rent a car or
Yeah.
if I'm catching a flight.
Exactly. And if you ever happen to need it, just shameless plug here, there is a calculator on the Kalamazoo Airport website that if you put in the airfare from Kalamazoo as well as the other local destinations, it will do a calculation for you as far as time, parking, gas, and that sort of thing. So then you can really see the full overall cost of flying out of Kalamazoo versus flying one of our competitors.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking the time with us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
I do want to thank the commission for being flexible. I
Yes.
am going to head out now for my
Yes.
so I really appreciate it.
Thank
If
you,
there's any follow-up, just let me know. You guys all have my information on how to contact me.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, commissioners, you're probably all aware, but we interviewed with Councilmember Miller so she can attend business in Portage, and then we'll conduct the balance of the interviews for the aeronautics vacancies at our regular meeting at 7, and then we'll open for discussion at that time. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to move to item 4. This is our presentation on the Kalamazoo County Fair Feasibility Study and Strategic Plan. So we're going to welcome Dr. Lori Mitchell-Dixon from Great Lakes Marketing and Research. Assisted by Director Rakowitz, obviously, as well. Yeah.
I think that's working. Good evening, commissioners, chair, vice chair pro tem. My name is Dave Rakowitz. I'm the director of Kalamazoo County Parks. I have the privilege today to introduce to you Dr. Lori Mitchell-Dixon with Great Lakes Marketing. We acquired her services early this year. She's been on the path of really helping us understand the data related to the Kalamazoo County Fair. So I will share with you, this is sort of the unveiling and really the beginning of work for all the parties involved. It will be available on our website later tonight. So that will be available for the public and all the different various boards that are involved. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lori Mitchell-Dixon, and she'll go through the process and really what she learned. Thank you.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to pop this to slideshow, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, while he's doing that, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to share these research results with all of you. And I want to thank you. I see some familiar faces. I want to thank everyone who spent so much time talking to me on the phone and doing additional research and fact finding for me and sharing all of your heartfelt opinions. I appreciate your commitment to wanting to listen to the community and use data to inform your decisions. That was your cue.
Yeah. No, no. Yeah. So on the other side.
You can swap presenter.
Yeah, it's something on the control side because it is in the present mode. It's like 2 screens. So that's
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for the technical assistance, Deputy Administrator. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the first phase of this project was a scoping meeting, and we had about 15 stakeholders there. And we spoke with participants from different departments within the county, MSU Extension Program coordinators, Discover Kalamazoo, Expo Center staff. So we had a lot of discussion. It was over a 2-hour meeting and lots of things were brought up. And I took all of that information to determine who to interview and what questions to ask. And as the meeting progressed, 2 main research questions came up. What does the 4-H community want? And what does the community want in a county fair? So a prevalent theme was that information and data were needed to inform the decision, and anecdotal evidence should not drive decision-making. All of the comments are summarized in the full report that Dave mentioned. It's about 100 pages, so I'm going to go through the key findings very quickly. But during my many interviews, I learned that people were unaware of the history of the fair, so I wanted to provide some very quick top-line context. So first of all, the fair was operated by a not-for-profit until about 13. I spoke to that prior chairman of the organization, and he shared many anecdotes about how the volunteers worked very hard and how he personally took off weeks before and after the fair to volunteer to make it work. It was a major community effort. However, it was running at a financial deficit. So the county took it over. It continued to run at a deficit, and then came COVID, which put things on hold. And then, as you know, that in 25, there was a decision to have a showcase and to do this research. There was no festival or anything. It was just the showcase organized by the MSU Extension. So that's where we are today. And I want to share with you the top line results of the study. But I think for you to feel good about all of the information, you need to know all of the effort that went into collecting the information. So the first step was to talk to many stakeholders. All 9 commissioners participated. We spoke with the fair advisory committees, external stakeholders, and internal stakeholders. So some very top-line findings. The county commissioners recognized the tension between the entities that have a role in the governance of the county fair. They also noted a lack of diversity on the Fair Advisory Council, the lack of manpower within the Parks Department necessary to operate a large-scale county fair, and security issues that have plagued major events held in the area. County commissioners did not have a clear definition of success, of what success would be for the event, but wanted to ensure that the needs of 4-H families influenced final decisions. Other external stakeholder groups confirmed the tension that exists within the governing bodies of the county fair. They supported the county subsidizing some 4-H activities, but questioned the need for and the financial feasibility of sustaining a large-scale county fair. The comments from all of the stakeholders ranged from, we need to have a county fair, we've had them in the past and we should get back to that, to we need to listen to the community, we only have anecdotal evidence that they want a fair, we should do what is best for 4-H families, we should consider cost. It made me want to echo what you said, 9 commissioners, 9 opinions. So that was very true. That was an insightful comment. So after I spoke personally with all of these individuals, we created the community survey. 300 members of Kalamazoo County participated. It was a completely random sample and representative of the community members. It was also supplemented with paid and unpaid advertising from the county to get more adults to participate. And MSU Extension staff was very helpful and made sure that the questionnaire was sent out to the 4-H families, and the 4-H parents were asked to allow their youth to participate. Lots of data, but I'm going to very quickly go through some of the key highlights of all of this information. So as I said, one of the first questions that came up in our scoping session was to learn, what do the 4-H families want? For a teeny bit of background, there were 208 youth participated in the showcase this year. That's about half of the 4-H youth who participate in the different clubs. Those who are in the STEM clubs and in the robotics, etc., they do not participate in the showcase. The livestock auction generated $315,000 in sales. This is about $61,000 more than last year. And just so you know, the money goes back to those students who worked very hard at raising the animals and finding buyers for their animals. And then a small percentage does go back to 4-H for their overhead and for running the auction. So then the key question, when the 4-H families were asked which of these options meets the needs of you and your family, the data shows somewhat of a three-way tie. About 32% of the families said they wanted a showcase of some sorts. About 33% said we want a carnival event, defined as carnival rides and evening entertainment. And about a third said either would work for them. So the pie chart shows the main categories. And if you like data and you want the nitty-gritty, it's presented in the table. But when you look at the pie chart, you can see that there's about a third in each one of those paths forward. So then it makes it necessary to look a little deeper and factor in some other things. The second phase, of course, was what does the community want? So the data indicate that a reasonable fair attendance estimate would be about 18% of the county. This is based on the intersection of those who said, I would prioritize going to a county fair among lots of other options. And they also said they would definitely attend a county fair in Kalamazoo County. So when everybody was asked, well, what does that county fair need to look like? This is where, again, we have a lot of diversity in opinion. Those from all groups, the community in the first column, the 4-H families in the middle column, and community households with children on the far right, they want local food vendors and food trucks. So that's a must-have at the county fair. That would be a hit across the board. But when it comes to the animal exhibits, my circle is a little bit off there. The animal exhibits, you can see that 100% of the 4-H families want the animal exhibits, but it's about 31% of the community and 35% of the households with families. So that's where the diversity and opinion really comes in. And then again, that 8 should be up one. Looks like my slide got moved around. But the carnival rides, only 33% of the 4-H families said that would be in their top 5. So then again, when we start to look at, so what should the most appropriate event be for Kalamazoo? So I wanted to look a little deeper at what happened in 2024. So last year. And again, I really appreciate all the comments that I got. This was from one of the fair leadership volunteers who made these comments. There were more activities on Saturday for the 4-H youth and the public. The petting zoo was a big hit, as were the gravity feed wagon, basketball, pickleball, gaga pit, etc. Several activities were located in the field north of the Red Barn near the food, and the location was good. Some of the MSU extension tables weren't as well attended, but the fun games, bounce houses, climbing wall, performance stage were all well received. There were many positive comments in 24 that I compiled from the Leaders Council compared to the previous 2 years regarding the Saturday event. So this sounded like a pretty good 2024 event. So that brings us to 2025. And as I said at the beginning, the August 2025 Fair Council or Fair Advisory Council reflected the following, that the actual event went well and they were happy, those who spoke at that meeting, but the add-on events were not so, didn't go so well. So cornhole was canceled because of the low sign up, and some carnival games were canceled because there weren't enough volunteers. So when we put all of this together, the suggested path forward seems to go like this. The showcase concept appears to be working, and it meets the needs of majority of the 4-H families. And the 4-H organization appears to be very able to manage such an event, as evidenced by the feedback. However, it's the add-on pieces that do not seem to be working well. The missing element is the more stuff to do and the community engagement part. However, the challenge with the plus part are discussed in detail in the report, but I want to bring out a few key challenges that came up. First of all, there is no structure that exists to create and manage a large-scale county fair. Neighboring counties have not-for-profit organizations that run them, and it's very uncommon for a county to manage and operate a fair. There's 2 exceptions in Michigan. Jackson and Ingham counties have county-run fairs. And to do that, Jackson has a full-time coordinator and staff members, and Ingham has an entire department with staff. For context purposes, the operating budget for the county-run Jackson County Fair is listed as $1.8 million for 2025, and that is in their Jackson County all funds budget summary. The current Kalamazoo County Fairgrounds grandstands are not up to code. A significant investment would need to be made, and no evidence exists to suggest that other organizations would want to rent that space for its events. So those grandstands would really be used for the county fair only. Throughout several conversations, stakeholders voiced concerns over safety issues at a large-scale event at the fairgrounds, and these concerns were supported in the data. About half, just under half of the community overall, and even 34% of that subset who said they would definitely attend a fair at Kalamazoo Fairgrounds, said they would be concerned about the security and the safety at the fairgrounds. These are pretty high numbers, and they should be factored into the programming elements and target marketing of the event. So this brings me to our suggested path forward. So taking into account all of the data from all of the sources, the recommendation is to create a 2026 Kazoo County Fair that goes back to the roots of a county fair. This is based on prioritizing the following facts. First of all, the 4-H families want the traditional elements of a county fair and put a lower priority on a carnival atmosphere. Secondly, the community has relatively soft interest in attending a traditional Kalamazoo County Fair based on historical attendance and this survey research. Third, a sustainable governance structure does not exist to operate a large-scale county fair. The Parks Division staff is not equipped to do so. And last, the need for a long-term county commitment to a substantial operating budget. Since no other fair operator has been identified, it would have to be the county. That would be a challenge. And finally, the commissioners have shown a desire to support the agricultural heritage of Kalamazoo County. So the data strongly suggest that the features of this event include an emphasis on animal exhibits and competitions for the 4-H families, educational offerings that expose youth to the things they don't normally get to see, and food trucks, because everybody likes the food trucks. So early county fairs were livestock exhibitions. As county fairs grew, they included additional entertainment. Such a small percentage of Kalamazoo County is currently employed in the ag sector. The Kazoo County Fair would provide experiential opportunities that are not otherwise available in the county's youth, for the county's youth. Several other carnivals and events occur throughout the county, but an agricultural focused event would be unique, and it would meet the event objectives and would not compete with the private sector entertainment enterprises. So the process would be this: the 4-H produces the showcase, as it has successfully done. The total county contribution for 2025 related to the showcase was estimated to be about $205,777. So the county would need to continue that funding level. The county would facilitate the events on Saturday, and those exact events would be determined based on the survey data as well as what those in charge of it would like it to be, and to meet the goal of a family-friendly, affordable, fun day. The festival should reflect the amount of money that most families want to spend. The research says that most families, half above and half below, want to spend $25 for an adult, or expect to, for a day of fun for an adult. And a day of fun for a child would be $20, about half fall above 20 and about half fall below. So that should guide the types of entertainment that you have during your Saturday fun day. The implementation process would be, first of all, to revisit the 2022 strategic plan that was adopted. The report details the adoption process of that, but the goal of that was to provide an entertaining, family-oriented fair that showcases agriculture and youth development in a safe, friendly, and well-kept environment. The next step would be to coordinate a workshop and to have the Fair Advisory Council, 4-H leadership, Parks Department leadership, have everybody in the same room to agree on the format of the Kazoo County Fair. County funding levels and duty assignments would have to be set. This may include revisiting the funding agreement between MSU Extension and the county to clarify responsibilities and expectations. The third step would be to create and execute the plan and evaluate that plan against the mission statement at the end of the year. And the fourth step is to continue the Fair Advisory Council, because it is a non-working board, and everybody who's currently on that council, except a couple, are already involved in 4-H, so their voice would be heard through their roles in 4-H, or the other ones are already on county government and their voice would be heard that way. And then the last step is to create a reporting structure within the MSU Extension county agreement. Okay. So that is the upshot of the 100 pages that you have all received. It's been a pleasure working with you on this, and I'm opening to answering any additional questions, providing clarification, or if Dave wanted to give a last overcap.
Are there questions from the commissioners? Vice Chair.
I've got a few. I apologize. I received this Monday, this 100 pages on Monday morning, and I didn't even realize it until this morning. So trying to go through it before your presentation today was difficult. But I have a couple of quick questions. The question that was asked to the 4-H families, what was the exact question and how was it worded?
I'm going to go to that slide because the exact question is on that slide. Which of these options meets the needs of you and your family? And it was asked of those who have children in the 4-H showcase.
So I guess the question had to be, I don't think it was ever the intent of this board to get rid of the showcase. I think the question was kind of to the 4-H youth, do you want a fair associated with your showcase? It wasn't, do you want a fair or a showcase? Let
me clarify, I'm sorry. The question was, which of these options meets the needs? And then the options provided to them: an event similar to this year, a 2025 4-H showcase run by MSU Extension.
Okay.
Or an event similar to 2021 through 2024 with a youth and 4-H focus and a Saturday family festival. Or an event similar to 2018 and 2019 with carnival rides and evening entertainment as part of a county fair.
Okay, so you didn't say that a carnival would eliminate the
Absolutely not.
showcase. Okay, that helps me on there. I apologize. It probably was in here, but again,
No.
it's so hard to go through this.
If you
before
haven't
got here.
taken the Evelyn Wood reading class, you might not be able to
Yeah.
get through it
Yeah, it's
as quickly as necessary.
certainly speed reading, and there's a lot of stuff at the same time. So, I guess my kind of qualms is, and this is what I think, we're exactly where we were a year ago. I think we talked about this. We talked about how we needed to have a partnership with an entity. The Kalamazoo County was willing to put in some money for infrastructure, so a third party, a nonprofit, not-for-profit, or any other group could come in there and organize the fair. We recognize the fact that the capacity at the Parks Department does not have the ability to run a fair. Just give you context, right before the budget process, this county board was willing to allocate money to a fair director for 2025's fair. We said we can't do that. Let's do a study that can come back and say, how do we do this? What is the process for it? But I mean, we're at the same point right now than we were exactly 1 year ago today. It's almost like we're spinning our wheels. We know that 33% of the population, according to your general study, would like a carnival or amusement. 32 would like both. It's so hard to read up here, and I'm trying to digest this information as quickly as I can.
So 32 wanted a showcase and no carnival. 30% said either, and 33% said only a carnival would meet their needs.
Okay, so either. And so only a carnival would meet their needs. So 63% want a carnival and 62% want a showcase, but they want something, right? Is that correct assumption?
Sure.
Okay.
But
so,
I just want to, again, I realize that you didn't have time and I only was given 15 minutes to do my 100 pages, right? So let me just clarify. I don't believe you're where you are today a year ago. Because a year ago, there was this feeling that there was a not-for-profit out there who would run this. And I looked high and low under many rocks. There is no not-for-profit organization in Kalamazoo that came forth. And I tried very hard because I wanted to be the hero and provide that piece of information for you. There is no organization to do that.
Even with the supplemental of the capital or operational cost for the first few years, there's nobody that would be willing to take, no not-for-profit in the whole community that would be willing to take this if we were to pay for new grandstands or pay for operational costs for the first 3 to 5 years or operational losses. There's no not-for-profit.
That is correct. There were a couple that were put forth, and when I dug deeper, both of them fizzled very quickly and said that their intentions were misunderstood.
Okay.
That they were not interested. Another discussed in the report, again, I apologize, it was late. The mill at Vicksburg, am I saying that right? Okay, they also were approached. Several private entities were also approached. And they said, no, we're getting out of that business. They're not even doing what they normally do for all of the reasons.
Well, the mill at Vicksburg hasn't opened yet, correct?
I'm sorry?
You're talking about the mill at Vicksburg that hasn't opened yet?
So that was going to be my next sentence, that they said, we might be interested, but we're not available till 27 to do something outdoors. And then subsequent to that. But as I did a lot of backgrounding on county fairs, the reason why it's a not-for-profit board that typically will run a county fair is it does not generate money. It is always subsidized to a very large sum. You saw the budget number. It's subsidized with hundreds and hundreds of volunteer hours. And it is a year-round process. So I think Ingham does a fall festival to earn enough money to be able to pay for the fair when it comes. They also rent out their barn. So they do year-round they do year-round to not break even, but to reduce the impact on the county. The secondary data suggests that if a private entity were to do the fair, it would be very hard for them to justify all of the, quote, free community elements of a fair, like the animal exhibits and all of the safety and security and the things that are done free to support the county.
And sorry, again, we're on the same page, that a fair would have to be subsidized. I think we've established that. The Jackson County Fair that you had at $1.8 million as a cost to the county, what do they receive back in revenue? Do you know of that 1.8, probably 1.6 or something,
I
something
thought
of that neighborhood?
60 or 70,000 loss,
Okay,
but that does not include all of the in-kind that the county puts forth, or the fundraising, or the sponsorships, or the advertising. It's, none of the county fair budgets are very clean. If you try and go online and find them, because of the subsidies from the counties and the volunteers and the in-kind things that happen.
I noticed you said 205 for the 4-H showcase. I think we're closer to 45, not 205, but that other 160, is it coming from other sources besides the county?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
You mentioned in your report that there was a $205,000 contribution from the county to the 4-H showcase. I did not find that anywhere in our expenditures. Is that all of the 4-H, including what 4-H puts in and other entities? The county has $45,000 contribution.
So, Dave, I don't know if you want to address that, but the numbers in the report are correct. There is there's 1.5 salaried individual plus the rental that the 4-H doesn't cover. It's detailed in the report. I don't have that exact.
Well, we're doing our budget. Either those numbers are wrong, or I gotta look at our budget numbers, because $205,000 of your $7 million budget is to the fairs.
So if you look at the county parks budget alone, about half of it is administrative costs. So when we looked at the cost, like we did an actual allocation of staff time, labor, we don't expense that out. I mean, we have a whole crew of maintenance people, summer people. We don't cost that out. So we went back and gave a high level number. We did look at what MSU Extension is also paying for staff, and I mean, they the same thing for them. You allocated $15,000. I can tell you, Veronica spent a lot of time, a 4-H educator, on running this program. So we looked at sort of high level numbers of what is the actual cost, and that's our estimate.
If we use that formula and then say we were to put in $1 million to a private entity or $2 million to a private entity for the fair, we'd pay ourselves back in 5 years, 4 years in staff time, or does it only work one way?
Well, there are opportunity costs. So, I mean, our maintenance people will work on other projects and work at campgrounds. And can I sit here today and give you a prediction for that? No. Yeah. But I can tell you what percentage of my time alone goes towards this event is pretty significant. So yes, I would reallocate that time to other projects, and there would be hopefully a financial gain for Kalamazoo County, or we would get other projects done that also have value for our residents.
Okay. So I guess if we're going to use like the staff time to factor in the cost for allocating the fair, then we've got to use the staff time and the allocation if we were to get rid of the fair and find I mean, it seems like we'd be selling the fair for a negative dollar amount, so to speak.
If it's at the fairgrounds, though, Commissioner Taylor, that cost isn't going to go away.
Yeah, and I think we've discussed that here, how possibly a long-term solution is not going to include the fairgrounds. But just to be completely honest, I would really like to get the county fair out of the county. I think it needs to be involved in a nonprofit.
So as I said, the mill at Vicksburg, the mill at Vicksburg wouldn't expect you to sell it or do anything. They are a private entity. His comment to me was, we could host the county fair potentially as early as 2027. And I said, you know, the 4-H is a significant part of it. You would have to accommodate that as well. And I spoke to the attorney, and I know it's all in that report. I realize you haven't read it, but the attorney's contact information, and he actually texted me this morning saying, let me know what happens. And I told him that the report would be sent to him. But if there is interest in having a private entity take it over, the only thing that he said, and he's speaking on behalf of the owner, the only thing Steve said was that the county would have to commit to getting out of the fair business, because we're not going to compete with the county.
I think we're talking past each other.
I want to open the opportunity for other commissioners. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Again, as Commissioner Taylor indicated, we got this thing yesterday afternoon, so I went through a great deal of it. I look at the numbers and your figures. I don't totally agree with, I agree with what Mr. Taylor's saying is you got, 33% say a carnival is good. They'd like to see it. They'd work on it. 30%, so that tells me 63% is good with a carnival. Or you could say 32% is, doesn't want one, I guess. But looking at these figures, and not everybody uses all of our county parks. At one point in time, we were looking at closing our parks down, or possibly some of them. Mr. Rakowitz did a great job of making those parks more self-sufficient, and we now have 5 county parks instead of the 4 or 3 that we had at one point in time. We're doing a lot of things with our community. If you're going to have food trucks, the problem is they got to make money, and they're going to make money if there's nobody there to buy the food from them. There's a number of issues that I see. We want to showcase what the kids do at the 4-H, and that's with the fair. It adds more potential for people to see what those kids have done and maybe get new kids involved. You indicated right there that the livestock was up at 315. Last year, I think it was like 290 something. So in my mind, that's not a huge jump. And that's livestock sales. That doesn't put any money back. It just goes to the youth that did the work, which is great. I'd love to see that at 4 or 5, $500,000, whatever. And I think that can happen if we work to possibly put a showcase together. I've been talking with some of the folks out in our neck of the woods, which is an agricultural area in Richland area, and there is some interest there too. So, but you're right, it's going to take somebody on board to build this program back up.
I just want to clarify one thing. That 33% that wants the carnival, I don't want 4-H to yell at me. They didn't say I want a carnival and I will work at it. They said I want a carnival. So I just want to make sure that they didn't commit to working at it. That was a little add-on to your set.
They wouldn't have the time. They are busy trying to work with their part of the show, and I get it. It needs to be 2 separate entities, basically. But I'd like to see it combined so that it works together to complement each other and make this community. It bothers me a great deal that all the counties around us have a fair somehow. Kalamazoo County is the only one I know, and our size tells me something's drastically wrong why this county, Kalamazoo County, cannot have a quality fair for our children and our families to come and view the hard work that our 4-H kids are doing. And I mean, when I look at Calhoun County, they have 2. They have their county fair. They also have an air show fair. Yes, it takes a lot of volunteers. It takes a lot of time and energy. And I think there's people out there that are very willing to help. But again, we need to put somebody on board, get them going this afternoon, and get them out there and start working on putting something together. And I'm not trying to discount the hard work of our fair, but they're already doing, the showcase is taking up a lot of Mr. Rakowitz and his staff's time. So we're not changing anything really other than adding another product that possibly will generate some income back into the project. That being the food trucks, that being the carnival itself, because they do provide per diem back to the county for the operations. So,
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Yeah.
I want to be respectful of my colleagues. We obviously have people passionately advocating for the fair. I think it's important for us to understand we have data to digest. We do not need to make a final decision tonight. We have many items before us on the agenda. Commissioner Morales has asked to interject, and I'd like us to keep moving forward. Commissioner Morales.
So hurry up. People that took 20 minutes and 50 questions. Hi there. It was nice to talk to you on the phone. I'm the crazy first candidate that was talking to you, trying to get this figured out. So I think one thing we need to think about is that we have to be able to invest. When you go to other county fairs, they have good entertainment, they have diverse entertainment, and they get that money back because we rather go to Calhoun County. Sorry, Kalamazoo County. But in the past, that's what I've done. Me and my family have gone there because it's spectacular. And if we want to do that, we need to dig deep. So let me be clear. I appreciate your work, but I hate studies. I hate investing in them. This board knows it. And John just put the icing on our cake about where we were last year and not wanting to do this study. However, I do think we need better entertainment. When I was growing up, the Kalamazoo County Fair was the thing to do before we went back to school. We went to the mall, we got dressed, and we stayed there Friday and Saturday. So the money was spent, $20. I think I spent $20 30 years ago. So I don't know, with a tight budget like that, how we would be able to have something that would at least get us the money that we put in back. So have we reached out to Calhoun or Allegan? Because those are the places that we pick our kids up and go to see a fair. And then moving forward,
Have you reached out to?
have we reached out to see what the method to their madness is? Because obviously it's working.
Yeah, the budget figures for all of those fairs is in the report, so you can see about what they invest and about what they get back.
Well, like you said, we just got it, so it's hard to even sit here and
No, I
comment.
know, I'm just saying
Okay.
that when you said, did you reach out? I want you to know yes.
Okay.
So that information, when you look through it, you can study that. It's there.
So can you give me an ideal number?
Of what the budget.
So you reached out to and found out the method to their madness. If we looked at that, is that something that we could implement and possibly have better fares, in your opinion?
Okay, I'm just gonna be honest now, okay?
Okay.
So I know everybody hates studies because the studies don't always confirm what you want to hear. So nobody likes studies. I get that. I very rarely get to present data and have people say, yay, you contradict everything I thought, but I love your study. It doesn't happen. I'm okay with that. The fact that, there's all of you know 5 people who want to fair. All of you know 5 people who don't. But the bottom line is the data were collected from a random sample of people in Kalamazoo, representing all nooks and crannies of Kalamazoo and the different geographical areas of the county. It was ethnically diverse. It was a good sample. 18% say, I definitely want to go to a fair. I'm not telling you if 18% is a good enough number or a low number. You get to decide if 18% want it. You also get to decide if the 33% of the families in 4-H who said, I don't want a carnival, I only want the showcase, that works for me. You get to decide if those 33% should have their wishes honored, or if the 33% who say, I only want a carnival, and that's the only thing that's going to make me happy. You get to decide if those 33% win. Because I can't help it, it came out even thirds. I'm just the data lady. So you get to decide who wins. The fact that whoever spoke about the county fair, I didn't hear them mention carnival or anything. They said we want a fair, a really cool fair that would be different than everything else happening in all the other counties and different than everything that's already happening with Discover Kalamazoo, would be an agricultural event where you get to celebrate agriculture like several other counties do, Washtenaw being a successful one. So I guess maybe you guys should decide, what is a county fair? Does it have to be Kalamazoo on, a repeat of Calhoun, or can it be Kalamazoo that's really unique and different and offers something that I can't go 15 minutes left or right to find? That's what the data allow you to do now.
Dr. Dixon, I really appreciate the analysis, I think the board, we have a lengthy report that I encourage us all to take time to review, to digest. There are decisions that are ours to make about what we do going forward. We appreciate the approach to the data set, the recommendations that you presented, and we'll take them under advisement as we go forward, all right? Okay, commissioners, we have much left in front of us. Let's move ourselves to item number 5. Let's do review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. We'll welcome Finance Director Post. Director Post, welcome.
Good afternoon. Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. This evening, we have an accounts payable claim list totaling $6,457,217.91 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $4,208,371.69. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,329,162.23 are presented for the September 26th general and September 30th elected payrolls. Welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions? Yeah, seeing none this evening. Thank you, Director Post.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to item number 6. Look at us go now. We're going to go to our discussion of the fiscal year 2026 budget recommendation. And we'll go to Administrator Dr. Callen.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. In the interest of time, I can either present the material up at the podium, the PowerPoint that's been attached to the packet, or I can present from my seat here and go over the information in brief. And if you have questions as we go along, there's a lot of decision points here that need to be made as we move along the budget. So happy to do whatever you all want me to do. I will elect then to sit here for now.
That sounds fine.
And if we need to, we can move it up there. What we did was I sat down with Vice Chair Taylor. We went through the line items in the budget, and we're able to kind of garner some additional funding for the circuit course request. So originally in the last budget, I was able to present, I think it was about $114,000. We moved that up to $126,000. We also noticed that there was a mapping issue within our ERP system related to the fringes that are being calculated with salary. So that freed up some additional funding. We were able to free up around $500,000 because of the miscalculation in fringes and actually most of them were related to elected officials' offices. The system had a glitch and our finance team was able to resolve that. What we did with a lot of that funding was try to balance that between some capital needs and the needs for other items, various items within the budget. So when it's all said and done, right now what we have is available to address new funding requests about $2.5 million. And then we earmarked for capital $1.5 million. In the budget, some of the changes that we made was again memorializing essentially a transfer from the general fund to the capital improvement fund, so Fund 401, in the amount of $200,000 to begin capturing and recognizing that we have capital needs in the county and those need to be addressed. We also created a separate balance. So as I mentioned, the $500,000, you're probably wondering, well, why didn't you just give that all to the circuit court? The problem is that we are in a battle with the state of Michigan currently. As you recall, the board approved transferring of positions from the paternity establishments that the prosecutor's office was performing to the state. The state is indicating that we need to pay for those paternity establishments because they're contracting those. That's about $400,000. So that balance is sitting in our contingency fund at the moment. It's earmarked to pay for those paternity establishments. So while I would have liked to have utilized a portion of that balance to address the circuit court's funding request, I can't because we are legally obligated to pay that at this time. And I have corporation counsel arguing that matter with the state, but they do not seem to be budging. So that's just kind of where we are right now. So 200,000 earmarked to capital improvements, and the other 300,000 went right into contingencies. So this is where we are with that. So that's just where we are with the budget. Those are all the changes that we really made. Happy to answer any questions on the presentation itself, and then we can kind of move down through the list.
Vice Chair.
$200,000 is a good step, and I appreciate that we're actually starting to budget towards capital improvement and putting that into the line item. I've got no major problem with this budget. I mean, obviously, if I'm to put it together myself, everything would look different if everybody's doing it themselves. But I think this is a good start, and as we get into the meats and potatoes of it, of the 313 that the courts requested, we're at I thought we were at 150 or something to that.
We're at 126.2.
126.2. Okay. And can you email me that list? I think you gave it to me before from circuit court, so I can see that.
I just emailed the board moments ago. Yes,
Oh.
they have the full list that Chief Judge Aguirre was referring to.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, you want to take your next item, Administrator?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the next item that I want to talk about were the planned positions in the budget. There are a couple of those that need attention, and what we plan on doing this time is memorializing these positions as part of the budget process, so that HR can create the positions, so that they don't come back in the form of a position creation later on. It's just so cumbersome and it doesn't make any sense. So we're trying to move these all forward when the budget is approved. There are a couple of positions in here that just need some attention. For example, the 2 technology analyst positions within the sheriff's office, those have to be bargained and negotiated with the union. So I have not seen any movement on those yet. They're requesting them. We have them in the law enforcement fund to be paid for, but until those are bargained, they will not be able to hire. They can't just, the employer can't just hire those without them being bargained. The reason why these need to be bargained is because these are being reclassified from a D14 as the classification to a D19. These technology analysts will now be in the same pay grade as deputies, like actual sworn deputies. So I think that it could be a point of contention for the union. I don't know until they bargain it. So those are 2 positions. And so of the 15 positions, that's what we have there. And I still have on the PowerPoint which positions already have a JDQ on file, which positions are going through the JDQ process, which will be done in time this year to have them posted so that the position starts sooner than later. In concert with this, the board also needs to look at that list of vacancies and determine which positions they either want to freeze and or eliminate, so that way we can memorialize that as part of the budget process too. I think that we can probably hold a little bit on the vacancies for, at a meeting in November. That doesn't necessarily need to be memorialized as part of the budget, but it would just be good to have everything in sync, but recognizing we have 2 weeks in between the meeting to recognize that. But that whole list is attached with the rationales for the positions, why they're vacant, what step of the process they are. Some of the positions have been posted or some are pending until the individual starts, and then some have just been persistently vacant. So we just need some decisions on that as we advance through the budget process. So any questions on new positions and vacancies?
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I think I've been up here for 3 years talking about our budget surplus year after year after year after year. I think administration has identified what a huge portion of this problem is. I hate to use partisan, it's these phantom positions that nobody has been in them for 2, 3, 4 years. Some of them haven't even been posted in 3 years, and we're budgeting them year after year after year, and it's carryover at the end of the year. As we eliminate these positions, I think the board should keep in mind the court's request, and as we kind of shore up some more dollars after this budget process is over. I think we should keep in mind that a portion of that should be used to help fulfill some of these courts requests.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I would concur with Vice Chair's analysis of that. And I don't want to say we're eliminating positions that aren't needed or whatever. We may be freezing some, I think is a better phrase, because we do have a need, obviously, or we wouldn't have created a position to start with, I would hope. But I think a thorough review of positions that haven't been or will not ever get filled, then we should work on how we can utilize that funding to help with our first priority, which is the security and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. We've also had several discussions around the number of vacant open positions within the sheriff's office, and we want to ensure that department, the officers that are particularly serving in our jail, that the board recognizes the extensive burdens of the overtime that they are bearing as employees. And I want to be clear that if recruits come forward and want to take these positions, which we will continually work to incentivize and market to people in the community, that we have funding from strategic reserves in place so that they can move forward, but that we're being flexible enough with our budget to meet other needs of the departments and the community at the same time. So I'll continue to advocate that we solidify that as we go forward in the process. Any others on positions this time? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Sorry, thank you. You indicated that we have now budgeted for the circuit court only about 156. I thought we were closer to 200.
No, $126,200.
All right, your next item.
Thank you, Chair. So the next item we'd like to discuss, and I mean, a decision does not need to be made tonight, certainly, but we would like one by the 21st, is the community grants program. So as directed, we narrowed down and honed in on 10 applications. And so hopefully you all were able to read that memo, and then we also included in the packet the full list of all the summaries for the community grants program. So definitely by the 21st, we'll need to solidify those so that we have a separate board item that approves those and memorializes those, so we can begin the grant agreements, because that's going to take a while for Corporation Council to get those in place.
And I want to, thank administration and to the community. Certainly, we saw a large number of community needs come forward for this grant cycle. We have a finite number of dollars and many needs to meet in the community. But there's so much good work that's happening across sectors, meeting the needs of people from youth to seniors, people with disabilities, etc. So I also want to thank the administrative team for the summaries of all of the applications and bringing forward an initial recommendation for us to begin discussion. So I'll open up to commissioners' thoughts on what we've received and suggestions of things that we want to prioritize going forward. Commissioner Ray. Please, Commissioner Ray, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I also appreciated the summaries and then the recommendations. When looking at the recommendations though, there was one where I'm trying to pull it up, the CIE system, which was for about 1/4 of the funding pot, a little bit more than that. And I feel like that has come to the board a couple of times and we've said no to it. So I think we should remove that from the recommendations and find some other things that align more with our board priorities. Which I did create a list of some things that I thought we could fund with that funding. And then my second question, we have 400,000 in the pot and the recommendation is like 450,000. Where's the other $50,000 coming from?
That's a great question, Commissioner Ray. So what we would suggest is that the board, for example, the CIE request was much significantly larger than the others. We would have suggested just paring that down to align with the $400,000 bucket. So
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
I guess, how do you want to do this as far as process? I've got my list here that I went through that I like it. It's about 390. It lines pretty close to administrator's recommendations. There's only a couple differences. Do we all just send each other what we send to the chair, what our thoughts are, and if something appears 4 or 5 times, or how do we want to? This could be a very complicated process.
Yeah, and I think refining process is something that, this is the first time we endeavored in this sort of like community sort of mass application process. We also need to be able to deliberate in public on the decision making. So I think providing feedback to administration, which could be collated and provided in the packet for decision making at the next meeting would be my potential suggestion on a process solution. I'll also just express a little bit of concern. One of the potential items for Guardian Financial and Advocacy Services. So they had a request, $38,000 request for support for guardianship for people under 60 with disabilities and illnesses. I work closely with the population, particularly the intellectual and developmentally disabled, who often are under guardianships. There is certainly a cost to that. But I'm also on advisory council on National Core Indicator Advisory Council, and the state of Michigan actually imposes full guardianships on people with disabilities at a rate much, much higher than the national average. And it's really actually an issue that the public mental health system and MDHHS is working to reduce the number of guardianships that are imposed on people. Often they are not people with significant disabilities, but with mild and moderate disabilities actually are assigned a guardianship at higher rates than people with significant or profound disabilities. And there are other decision-making supports, like it's called supported decision-making, or there's payee representation to help people pay their bills and remain protected from financial exploitation. So that was probably more information than needed. But that would be one I would recommend not supporting in light of those factors. Commissioner Mazur.
I'd like to go on record for my support for the Schoolcraft project. It's not a lot of funding request, and I think it would have a huge impact down there. So that would be my choice.
What about from the recommendation before us? Are there other items that have strong consensus from the recommendation? I would bring focus to the local journalism initiative. I think having good information in the community is an important part of a vibrant local democracy. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I think just to read this into the record, I guess, to see, and so administration is aware. I kind of prioritized local governments, gave them like a little bit more and sort of score on mine. So I have the City of Parchment, Farmers Alley, First Day Shoe Fund, Home Health Care Coordinator, Healthy House, KIA, Kalamazoo Institute of Arts, the Local Journalism Foundation, MRC Industries, Partner in Housing Transition, the United Way Tax Preparation, which I'm a big supporter of because that brings money back into the community. A lot of these ALS populations are leaving money at the table or leaving money at the federal government when we can get it back in the community. The Village of Schoolcraft and the WMU Medical School. Those, and that averaged about 390,000. I also had quickly on my list, Oshmo Township and Mothers of Hope as just right underneath it. So those are my top 12 or whatever that averages 390K.
So from the supervisor's recommendation of the list you just shared, I did see the WMed, and then did you have the Ashtamo?
Yeah, I had Ashtmo as a kind of a star on it. Ashtmo and Mothers of Hope are like
Okay,
honorable mentions.
feedback from other commissioners? Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. I think in the just a suggestion for the future, when I think we should do something similar to what we do with scoring for housing, and maybe come up with a scoring matrix for these community grants that we can all fill out, and then can filter from there. And we can fill in dollar amounts that we recommend, just to make this process smoother. But I concur with Vice Chair Taylor on a lot of his recommendations. I also concur with Commissioner Ray about the CIE. I agree. In the past, we've kind of said no, and I think that we need to go more alignment and find a better process for that community exchange information, especially with the open data committee that we've been working towards. But I think, yeah, I'm pretty much in alignment with Vice Chair Taylor.
Commissioner Ray?
Sure, I'll read my list. As far as the ones that are already recommended, I agree with the recommendation for WMed, Oshimo Township, Schoolcraft, and then the local journalism. I also thought that we should look at the request from CARES, the City of Parchment, Communities in Schools, Healthy House, and then the First Day Shoe Fund. And then I also want to lift up too, when we talked about our priorities at the budget retreat, we named one as community stabilization, but under that it was public safety, housing, community violence, public health, and mental health, and we just used that to shorten that. So a lot of those other things, or the things that I just listed, I feel like align with what our priorities are.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. I'll add also my support listed for CARES, for community and schools. There's also a community healing center request at 33K. This was for in-home mental health care for infant mental health and families. And, I'll always advocate the earlier that we do intervention with family support, that's a strong investment that reduces costs down the line and impacts the trajectory of the community. I also liked Bet Not Broken and Charlie's Place initiatives as well. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. So some of the same sentiments, CARES as a former board member, but definitely want to give my support to them. WMed, Ashtamo, CIS, Charlie's Place, and if we can't do, I think he had 100. Maybe if we can't do the full 100 for him and Bent Not Broken, and cut it off to, try to allocate somewhere else. I'm in favor of doing that, but I have those two as well. And I can't leave out Mothers of Hope. They've been around just doing the dang on work forever, and I'm not gonna leave them out, so I'm not gonna put them under, I'm gonna put them up.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Top.
Their program is peer support, which is a super effective approach in SUD treatment.
What else did I have? Yeah, so I'll start with those folks. Did I say Schoolcraft? Okay. Yeah, kids need places to let this sugar out, so yes, I got them too.
All right, well, still from discussion, I've heard broad support for WMed, the Ashimo Township request, local journalism, and Schoolcraft, and then we have a significant support for other items as well. It's okay, I just wasn't sure if you had. Go ahead, Commissioner Morales, get your mic again.
I did have First Day Shoe Fund as well.
right, any other comments at this time? All right, so I think, what I'll, Administrator, I see your wheels turning over there. Do you have a suggestion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It'd be helpful, I guess, if commissioners could just email me their list and then we'll, and then.
Yes, thank you. That's what
Okay.
I was gonna suggest. So we have seems like we're in alignment. Let's each get priorities to administrator, and then we'll have those collated for consideration. We know we have finite amount of money and many more needs than we will be able to fund, and we'll take that up for discussion at the next session. All right, Administrator.
All right, thank you, Chair. Just two very quick items. The first being the dashboard summary about the 2025 year-to-date progress we've made on some of the initiatives that the board approved as part of the 2025 budget process. So in the packet, which I see, which is weird, it's like sideways. I don't even know how that happened, so I apologize about that. We'll fix that. And so anyway, yeah, so it goes over the childcare, so TriShare and Care Share, then the Emergency Assistance Fund, the tuition reimbursement, 80 hours of annual leave payout, and medical debt relief. So it highlights progress on those as requested at the last board meeting. So just let us know if you have any questions on those, and happy to address that.
Vice Chair.
Sorry to keep on. I told the chair I wasn't going to ask committee questions tonight. I kind of lied to her. Apologize. The TriShare program, do we only have 85 slots for TriShare? I thought that was, or is that the childcare one?
So it's 85 slots total because we only have a certain amount of budget to work with. So we know, right, that we allocated, I believe it was $385,000. That can only cover so many employees.
Yeah, we tried to allocate 500, and I believe we were told 200 wasn't going to be enough. I think that was in the minutes from the last meeting.
That was based on the information we had at the time. It's a moving target. Employees have children. Employees hear about it later, and then don't fill out the survey, and then apply for it. So it's based on information we had at the time.
I'd certainly like to keep on that, and if there are more employees, I just can't stress this enough of what a retention tool and what a recruitment tool paying for 1/3 of childcare is for employees. I mean, as we've heard from people in the TriShare, it's afforded people the ability to go back to work. When you're working a lot of these low-wage jobs, you're 90–80% of your salary is going to pay for childcare. If we can come up with a system in a way where, as an employer, we treat our employees with dignity and respect, we will find that productivity go through the roof, and it's just a great recruitment and retention tool. So as we look into that, I'd hate to see people get turned away from that. That's all.
Thank you. Administrator.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and just to respond to that very quickly, I mean, obviously, I think that we're of the belief too that certainly this benefit is very significant and relieves a lot of stress, financial stress on employees. Just know that certainly this benefit in particular currently is ARPA funded, but we will backfill that into the employee benefits fund. But again, the employee benefits fund that will dwindle and the fringe rate will need to increase. This all has implications moving forward on other new funding requests and as we go on throughout the year. So I just want to keep that at top of mind, that fringe rate will need to be adjusted, and it'll just essentially take away addressing new funding requests. The last item in this packet just relates to the 5-year CIP. I just wanted to make sure you all knew about that. Vice Chair Taylor sat in the CIP committee meetings as the board's rep on that. So they solidified their recommendation, and that'll be memorialized into the budget document once the budget is approved. So I just want to draw your attention to that. If you have any questions, just let us know, and we're happy to answer. And that's all I have for you this evening.
Just a question on the CIP process, and thank you to Vice Chair Taylor for representing the body on that. When is the new committee? There's some refinement to the language. The treasurer holds a standing seat going forward. When does the committee get reconstituted? And it also, I think, the policy identifies that the full board then identifies which commissioner represents So about what's the timeline?
Oh,
That
absolutely.
occurs again?
Yeah, so once this budget's approved, this policy will take effect January 1. So and then and when the board hosts their organizational meeting, they'll select a new chair, and then the chair comes up with who they decide who sits on what committees as liaison. So that'll be a board chair decision when the time comes. So hopefully sometime in January we'll have that information on the board designate.
Thank you. So just confirming, it is a chair prerogative because the policy states that the full board. So it's still a recommendation of the chair of voting.
Right, it's yeah, so it'll be a consent. Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Yep.
Thank you, Administrator. Okay. All right, anything further? Vice Chair.
Really sorry, really quick. Yeah, I appointed myself 3 years ago, and Tammy and you didn't take me off. So, but as we're going through and we talked about these unfilled vacancies or these vacant positions, I noticed some of them were ARPA funded positions and some of them were general fund budget positions. ARPA funded positions, I personally, as one commissioner, would have no problem on those going back into the employee benefits fund, whereas the regular funded 101 positions, I think, could be used to offset some of the court's deficit.
Yeah, good observation. Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I should move myself so I don't have to keep doing it. But back to the court's budget and deficit. In your email, you indicated there were 3 options that we can consider, and we will be discussing those tonight. Is that at a later time, or is that no?
The board is more than welcome to discuss those.
Commissioner Wheeler.
So I think what Commissioner Ray is referencing is Commissioner DeLu at our last meeting, I think, was trying to figure out more funding strategies, and I just don't think with what those 3 different ones were proposed that that's really feasible to take that money away from those other places. I think we have to figure something else out.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So I was going through an email that Dr. Catlin has sent to us just about our proposed cuts to them. And as with any budget, you have to cut memberships and things like that out. So if we just, and don't kill me, y'all out there, if we just kept it to bar dues and maybe some travel, because when I looked at that, it was like over like almost 30,000 for different memberships. And I mean, I'm sure they're important, but I know we only cover a couple in our $5,000 budget so that they could get some of the other things that they need. I mean, I do not want to see training go away. I've seen a lot of cuts for training. I think that it's important that they are able to train their staff so that, I mean, this is a big part of our society going through their court system with folks that they have to be accountable for. I also saw a cut with supervised parental visitation, and that was like maybe $43,000. You know, it's a lot of money, but I think that's important, especially in cases when we're dealing with SA and, you know, different types of things. I don't want to see that type of service that protects children go away. So those are just some of my recommendations that I can like chop at. I mean, I don't know how important other memberships outside of being in the bar association, if it's just something that you go to. When I look at all my memberships that my job can't cover with different things that I feel are important to me, you know, how do we chalk that up and still be fair and support their needs? So those are a few, but I do not, just for the record, I do not want to see supervised parental, I can't even think right now, visits go away.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm happy to look. I mean, the 3 options that administrator gave us, I'm always like think that there's millions of options here, right? You can take from every line item. I guess if we're gonna be, be honest with the courts, I think we need to be honest with the courts. of this list, for instance, the barge grant, I believe that was already paid for, a portion of that. I think it's $36,000. Eliminate the JABS maintenance agreement funding. I believe that was done. I mean, I've got to go through this and do some digging, but I believe some of these have been paid for through capital improvement projects. But I could be wrong. I probably shouldn't say that until I know for sure. But also, one of the things that we need to do with the courts and work in conjunction with the courts, and I've said this to every department, there's no incentive for them to increase revenue. There's no incentive for the clerk's office, the treasurer's office, the courts to increase revenue because it goes back to the general fund. It goes back to the 101. They don't see a dime of it. If we had some sort of mechanism for courts to increase the revenue and go after some of these dollars that's owed to them, then I think we can shore up a lot of that. But I mean, that's a structural policy decision that's not going to be done in 1 year. That's a type of sort of, kind of looking at a 2 or 3 year process of how do we incentivize departments to increase revenue. And I think that we need to be looking at that side as well.
The other, I think, we heard a number of times from our justices, the increased cost in transcription. And it's a mandated expense and necessary without supporting revenue from the state. And so just understanding that we need to continually be engaging our lobbyists in dialogue. I know the state is through its budget process. But, where we're advocating, I think across governments, local governments and across county government, we're faced with sort of mandated services that are not resourced appropriately, that then becomes very difficult for all of us. I think we have more fine tuning that we have room to do within our budget framework here. And, I think it is a struggle to suggest that we'll be able to meet all of these requests. But I think we can make a concerted effort to keep at it and also to keep at the advocacy ongoing as well. Okay, anything further on budget, Administrator?
That'll be all, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so more to come on that. Okay, we're gonna be mindful of time. We're at 6 o'clock. Thank you for our early birds that moved our regular meeting earlier, and we still have quite a bit left to go through. I am gonna just make an adjustment. We're gonna move to other items. I'm gonna bring forward our pit count presentation with Patrice Griffin. She's representing Kalamazoo County United Way of South Central Michigan and the Continuum of Care. She's joined us this evening. I'd like to bring that forward so we have an opportunity to hear that discussion. Welcome. Get that like a pro. See that? Welcome, Patrice. Do you have a button on the mic stand by the laptop? There you go. It's got a person on it. You got it. You found it. Welcome.
Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Administrators. I'm Patrice Griffin. I'm the Director of the Kalamazoo County Continuum of Care. The Continuum of Care is a federal program that was created in the early 90s as a way to streamline those federal dollars into local communities. There are continuums of care throughout the United States, throughout the state of Michigan. Some of the smaller communities are built into what's called the balance of state. There are certain restrictions that are that we fall under, but each local community is able to tailor the continuum of care to meet their local needs. The team is made up of myself, Carrie Bosch, who is our Homeless Management Information Systems Administrator. She'll be speaking with you here shortly, as well as Tanya Wilson and Javier Carrillo. The way that we do the work is by 4 main pillars. We partner with members to address some of the gaps in services and supports. We measure and analyze data, some of which we'll share with you here shortly, related to the point in time count. We are also responsible for writing, monitoring, and maintaining a 10-year plan to end homelessness. Right now, we are working on our 5-year plan to end homelessness. We also administer local, state, and federal funding streams, as well as run a rentable program, which supports ALICE households, as well as running the coordinated entry system, or overseeing the coordinated entry system, shall I say. Here we have a link to information on our 5-year plan to end homelessness. Now we get into the point in time count. So the point in time count is a requirement of HUD. It is required to be completed the last 10 days of January. It is a snapshot of homelessness on one given day. There is both a sheltered portion and an unsheltered portion. And to be very clear, it is just a snapshot. It does not encapsulate all of the data as it relates to the unhoused community in Kalamazoo County. So who was counted in the point in time count? As I stated, the Continuum of Care is a federal program, and although we are concerned well beyond the federal definitions of homelessness as it relates to the point in time count, they are concerned with this definition of homelessness. For the unsheltered portion, it's individuals and families whose primary nighttime residence is not meant for human habitation. And when we're thinking about the sheltered portion, that's individuals and families that are residing in places that are meant to be serving people who would otherwise be unsheltered, such as emergency shelters, transitional housing, or safe havens. So just to expand a bit more on who is counted in a point in time count, for those individuals who are unsheltered, we're talking about those who are living in tents, in cars, in abandoned buildings, in buses, in parks. We are not speaking about those individuals who are doubled up, who are couch surfing. So again, this is just a snapshot. It does not cover the full picture of who is homeless in Kalamazoo County. I'm going to turn over to Carrie Bosch, who is going to go through some of this data.
Thank you, Patrice. All right, we have just a very high level overview of our 2025 point time count numbers. You can find more information on the Kalamazoo County COC's website, and I'm happy to answer any questions that dive deeper into the numbers. We just don't have time to go over everything with you today. But in total, in 2025, so in January of 2025, we counted 791 persons who were experiencing homelessness on this one night. 709 of those were sheltered persons, 632 in an emergency shelter, and 77 in a transitional housing program. Additionally, there were 82 persons that were found to be experiencing unsheltered homelessness on the night of the count. So this represents a 19% increase from the prior year and the highest total number of folks counted in a point-in-time count in Kalamazoo County since 2011. 534 of those folks were single adults without any children in their household. 254 were in families with both adults and children, and 3 were unaccompanied youth under the age of 18. So you can start to see that trend from 2020 to 2025, again showing that 19% increase from 2024 to 2025. The orange represents our unsheltered number, and the blue is our sheltered count. The large increase in sheltered individuals is largely but not fully attributed to the Kalamazoo Together for the Unhoused Heads and Beds initiative. This provided a 1-week hotel stay that occurred during the week of the point-in-time count due to this period of extreme cold weather that we were seeing right before the point-in-time count. So in total, 146 persons included in that sheltered number were sheltered through this Heads and Beds initiative, which was designed to shelter folks who were previously unsheltered. This Heads and Beds initiative doesn't wholly explain the increase in the number of sheltered single adults from 2024 to 2025, but it does account for a large proportion of it. So while this unsheltered count of 82 individuals is the lowest recorded number since 2018, as a snapshot, it doesn't necessarily represent the true extent of unsheltered homelessness in the winter of 2025, because we know that that Heads in Beds initiative, again, those 146 persons in the hotel may have been continuing to experience unsheltered homelessness if it were not for that initiative. That was thankfully funded in part, those initiatives throughout the winter by Kalamazoo County, the City of Kalamazoo, and the COC. I do want to point out the large disparity in homelessness in terms of racial disparities that we see here. So very quickly, while 76% of Kalamazoo County identifies as white, when we look at our unhoused population as a whole, that drops to 41%. The biggest disparity we see is among those who identify as Black. So while 12% of the county identifies as Black in our unhoused population, on the night of the point in time count, we saw 42% identifying as Black. We also saw disparities among those who identify as Hispanic, as well as multiple races. This disparity extends beyond the disparity of what we see among those who are experiencing poverty, and it also looks different across population types. So the largest disparity is in those who are sheltered, and particularly among those who are in families with children. Among sheltered families with children, we saw 20% identify as white compared to 64% who were identifying as Black or African American on the night of the point in time count. At the same time as we do our point in time count, we also complete a housing inventory count. And this looks at our system's ability to serve folks who are experiencing homelessness on the night of the count. So again, it's just a snapshot of our system on this one particular night. But when we combine it with the point in time count results, we can see how our system is responding to homelessness and where some of the gaps might be. So in total, across 28 projects, our continuum of care was able to serve 1,225 folks on the night of the point in time count, providing a total of 1,377 beds. 691 of those beds were in emergency shelters, and 91% of those beds were occupied on the night of the point in time count. 90 total beds were in transitional housing programs, and 86% of those were utilized. Those programs in our county are all dedicated to specific populations, so veterans, youth, households fleeing domestic violence. An additional 516 persons were provided supports in permanent housing. So they were formerly homeless, but they were housed in a permanent housing program with resources provided by our continuum of care. 98 of those were provided short-term supports through a rapid rehousing program, and 418 were provided with long-term supports, either through a permanent supportive housing program or another permanent housing program. So again, that's all we have for you today. It's just a brief overview of those numbers, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for taking time to be with us for the work on the count. And we'll continue to work in partnership with the COC as we go forward and advance solutions. It's important for the board and the community to understand the extent of the problem and the disparity and what we all need to do to work to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to move us forward to our next item. I'm going to take us to a presentation on the Green Development Ventures LLC Brownfield Plan. And we'll welcome Brownfield Administrator Macy Walters.
Hello. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have control here or if Dina's gonna have control today. Oh, you're right.
So that's right. Sharing the screen right now. So you got something up already?
Sent something into Dina. I don't know.
It's on. Is this any?
Oh, yes, that one.
Which one? This one?
Yes, great development ventures.
Go.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. Thank you for having us. I always welcome the opportunity to come present to the commission. Again, I'm Macy Walters, the Brownfield Administrator for the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. I just have a brief presentation for you today. I want to be respectful of your time. I know you have a lot after me. I do want to remind you that we are requesting a resolution for a public hearing to be set for October 21st. So you do have about 2 weeks to review the materials. I did summarize the plan with a memorandum to this board that goes through all of the metrics and details. I do have some members of the development team here with me today. If you have any immediate questions, I have Brian Farkas, the Director of Workforce Housing for Allen Edwin Homes. There we go. And then Joe Augustinelli as well. He's with the Michigan Growth Advisors, the firm who wrote the Brownfield Plan. As a reminder, the Brownfield Authority, if they don't use their own consultants, also conducts a third-party review of these plans. So if you have any questions related to that, we'd be happy to answer that as well. As far as geographically where this is located, I know you have an aerial shot on the screen here, but just for the public and for you watching today, this is located about west of the 131 corridor there. This is between 7th and 9th Street in Ashtimo Township, right across from the fire department and the library over there. And this is just over 20 acres on vacant land for housing TIF. Okay, so just getting through here, this development is proposing 39 total new single-family homes, 31 of which would be for sale at market rate, with 8 income restricted to a leasing period of 11 years. It would be that affordability period of 11 years for the 100% area medium income household. That does equate to about 20% of the total development is being reserved for this income qualifying household. So as far as eligible expenses, roughly this plan is reimbursing the developer for the site prep, the infrastructure costs. There's public and private infrastructure that is going to be that can be reimbursed through this financing plan, as well as that financing gap for that potential rent loss calculation for leasing these homes to qualifying households. So as far as private investment goes, this will generate about $17 million in private investment in our community. Construction has already occurred. They've already started to move soil around over there the beginning of 2025. There is a look-back period for housing TIF, so if this plan does get approved, the costs already incurred to date for site prep are eligible for reimbursement. Summer 2029 is the build-out schedule when they're hoping to have the development completed. And this is eligible as a brownfield housing property for Act 381. And as far as the build-out schedule, it's looking through the first 3 years, about 10 units will be done each year, and then 9 units in the 4th year of construction, just to give you an idea of the phases of this project. This slide here details the eligible expenses for tax increment revenue. There's technically 2 developers on this plan. The developer for Allen Edwin Homes under Green Development Ventures LLC, and then Ashtimo Township. They do have some of their own infrastructure costs incorporated into this. The developer and Ashtimo Township would both be receiving payments until they are reimbursed throughout the duration of the plan. Ashtimo Township is looking to extend their non-motorized walking path and also do a crosswalk across West Main Street to be able to connect the library and the township over there. The BRA has its own operating costs with admin and then LBRF capture that's also detailed on this slide. And then this does capture the state education tax, so half of all state education tax does have to be returned to the state of Michigan just per statute. So I do have that figure there. I always like to remind the board and the public that when it comes to housing TIF, even if these plans capture school operating taxes or state education taxes, the per pupil funding for the local school district is not negatively impacted. They are reimbursed by the state. So this is not like a traditional TIFA district that you might see that would impact those local dollars for the school. Okay, estimated outcomes here, again, about $17 million just in private investment here in that local community. 39 total new family homes, 20% of that total development is income restricted to 100% AMI for 11 years. And a subsidiary of Allen Edwin or a local company that they use would be the one who manages these leased homes. That way, these homes will be sold for market rate, but then this leasing agency will ensure that the affordability period is being satisfied and that all of the individuals renting are in fact income qualified. They submit these metrics to the BRA and to the state annually to satisfy any of our reimbursement requirements to meet these affordable homes. The total plan length, well, I skipped a couple here, but the total plan length is going to be 30 years. It'll take 25 years to reimburse the developer and the township in there too. I do want to note the significant increase in taxable value. The total 20-some acres will go from a little over 100,000 to just over 10.7. So this is a significant, about $10.6 million in increased taxable value over there in that area. So of course, these plans, they are based on conservative estimates. There's a chance these plans could end a little bit early. Although the capture is about 30 years, it's just a reminder of the type of tax dollars that will be generated after this plan is done. It goes right back into the local communities and revolves right back into the tax roll. The BRA will have some admin expenses over those 25 to 30 years. So a little over $670,000 is estimated. Again, it's just actual costs. These are not flat rates that the Brownfield Authority receives. And all of their admin costs annually are spread over all of the plans. So this is just a conservative estimate. One of the community benefits for this plan is that non-motorized walking path. I talked about that briefly for Ashmo Township. Excuse me. And that is something that they have had as a local goal for a little while. So not only will extend the path, but will also create reimbursements for that crosswalk across West Main Street. Let's see if I'm missing anything in my notes. Okay, so the orientation of the site plan here is a little weird. It's actually, if you take it and tilt it once 90 degrees to the left, but this is just an easier way for you to see. There's two cul-de-sacs. So to speak on here with just one easement out into the road there. And I always like to note that there's no home build difference between the affordable homes versus the for sale. Everything is blended in and there's not a specific area designated for lease. It's just a total amount of the development. So if there are any specific questions about that, we of course can bring up the development team. They'd be happy to answer any of those additional questions too. Okay, and next I just provided a few different examples of the home build types. I think people like to see pretty pictures sometimes, and so I figured I would add a couple in here. These are the proposed home build types. Okay, so this is your 3 to 4 bedroom home. This is about what it would look like. It's got a 2-car attached garage. Floor plan there you can see, so nicely planned out. And there is on some of these, a little bit of variance that can occur, of course. 4-bedroom example, 4 to 5 bedroom. Okay, 3 to 6 bedroom there. Okay, wow, I really was respectful of your time, wasn't I? Okay, so this is my last slide. So I just want to bring forward that I do know that this board is contemplating a housing TIF policy in general. And so we are requesting that this board consider this housing TIF plan before you have adopted your policy in place. This project has been in the works since March. The project application was approved by the BRA at their March meeting. It's been reviewed by Ashmo Township and approved by their board there. It's received local support on July 8th. The plan itself received third-party review and was approved by the Brownfield Authority on September 25th. Here we are today. We're requesting you just review the materials, ask any questions that you might have, and then consider at your evening meeting tonight adopting that resolution so that we can hold a public hearing, and then consider a resolution to adopt the plan as well.
Sorry, Abby's looking at me like, okay. But yeah, of the TIF policies that come through, I'm still a yes on this. This isn't my favorite one, mostly because of the rental portion as opposed to the home ownership portion of it. As we go further down, to this TIF policy, I'd like to see more of an emphasis on generational wealth attainment, mostly through ownership. And if it's a down payment assistance, I don't know if TIFs can pay back down payment assistance or whatever, but to pay back the loss of what they would rent it out at market rate for 100, you know, not my favorite. I do like the walkability portion of it. I do like the trail. I do think we need to move forward in this before we do a policy, but as we're developing that policy, I would like to see more of an emphasis put on home ownership as opposed to rental subsidies.
Yeah, I think to add to that, this, TIF is a tool, but it's definitely not the only tool that's gonna help get us to our goals, especially with some of these AMIs. And so I would also welcome just the idea of taking a look at some of the larger manufacturing companies or larger businesses in the area who might be able to also provide down payment assistance to do the business attraction or retention type aspect of this tool. This is a great tool, but like I said, it can't be the only one. We've really got to try to layer in our resources here and try to help each other out.
Commissioner Morales?
Hi there. Thank you, Chair. So, I am with Vice Chair. You know how I could be in those brownfield meetings when it comes to this, but I'm gonna take you to the actual hearing aid place and not Amazon this time. I'm just saying, I got you. So for me, home ownership is a must. And I think too, as we look into this, I know KNHS wants to build up Edison neighborhoods and like that. If we can start venturing out to different neighborhoods where they could offer that support. Not a fan of the rental portion, with the 8 homes being rented, being able to have that. And then 31, like when we're looking at AMI, is somebody with a 30, 40, 45% AMI going to be able to afford this? I mean, we see houses like this already sitting in District 1 that are not being occupied right now. And I want, as a commissioner on this board, Black and brown and other folks of color, to have hope in home ownership and not just be sent to a restricted neighborhood where those dollars are being floated to reignite that neighborhood. I supported a project like this previously, and my warning was I need to see something different. And although I see the renting portion on this, I really don't see anything different from a 30 to 40 to 50% AMI standpoint. So I'm probably gonna abstain from this vote. I need to see some more affordable housing and not a blanket statement of affordable housing. In Kalamazoo, but something like me as an educator and my peers who are not making $80,000, $90,000, but pouring our hearts into our pension so that we might be able to live in the future, be able to buy a home and not end up losing it to foreclosure because we can't afford the taxes and our water bills and all the things. So this is coming from, everybody, a constituent that is almost struggling like everybody else when it comes to taxes and being able to stay where I want to stay based on the income that I have with the hard work that we do as educators. Thank you.
And I appreciate that too. And I want to, circle back to the sentiment on this as a tool. So I do think we do locally need to think creatively, especially to get to those lower AMIs. This tool specifically is for that workforce housing, bracket. And so it's unfortunate, but this is not the tool that's going to get us there every time alone. So if we can keep trying to come together and figure out if there's other, down payment assistance, things like that, the incentive stack, if we can get that to work towards these projects. I know, maybe that's something that has to do with some local support, whether it's something with nonprofit support or working with a certain type of developer. But again, this housing TIF really is just for that workforce housing. 80 or 120% to 80 AMI, and that's what shakes out on paper. So I would love to keep seeing lower AMI percentages be able to be supported, but this tool might not be the one that can do it for us.
Commissioner Morales, and I guess another one of my reservations is because of where we are in our current administration with a lot of our workforce, specifically, is someone like super chatting loud out there? Is it just me? Oh, okay. State of Michigan has done some big cuts to employees. And so I think about, you know, some of those folks who are making six figures or went in making six figures in the last 5 years who are about to lose their jobs. I think it's going to significantly impact people's choices on being able to purchase a home, not having, you know, the income trail that they need to push forward, whether they get the 25,000 from our current governor or different entities as well. So that's another part of my reservation right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think we'll have additional opportunity when, well, I'm gonna, one more for Commissioner Gisler. And then I'd like us to close off this discussion. We have other items yet still.
Thank you, Chair. This is an easy one, Macy. The qualification of your income is over a 10-year period, or once you qualify to be eligible for the rentals, I'm talking about the subsidized nature of it. Is it just you qualify for one time and then you're good for 10 years, or is somebody going to be checking your income every year?
So this is based on the lease contracts that will be signed with the leasing agency and the tenant. And so that information is filed at the time of the lease contract and is a dedicated period of years. So I can't speak on what the leasing company will lease each home for, the duration of time. But that is, you know, for example, if they were to only lease it for 2 years and then an individual had to sign a new lease and do another round of income qualifying, there is a chance they may not qualify if they have had an increase in income. I do think the ability for somebody to get kicked out of their home due to making more money, you know, is beyond our purview here. Of course, that's more of a state decision too. But yes, there is a chance that that could happen. But we file that paperwork at the time of the lease, and the contracts are however many years that lease determined.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna move us back. We have the county parking garage construction manager at risk discussion. And at this time, I'd like to welcome purchasing manager Barbosa forward. Welcome. It's your microphone.
Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone. Thank you for having me here today. Before I jump into directly talking about the evaluation process, I think it's super important to recognize the people behind providing their collaboration and commitment, and the reason this policy to me is already producing real and measurable results. I don't think I'll ever get tired of saying how grateful I am to work in a county that values and is fervently committed to transparency, fairness, safety, and experience, as well as growing and developing our local workforce and reinvesting into our community. I also want to highlight Deputy County Administrator Cole's extensive knowledge of both construction and procurement. Often in public projects, purchasing principles and construction policies feel like they're at odds, and he really helped bridge that gap with his expertise to align policy and practicality of the construction project. And he maintained integrity and fairness while still supporting real-world construction timelines and operational needs. This was key to the success of this RFP and a major reason why the project ran so smoothly. Also, our subject matter experts were instrumental in distinguishing what was fluff to what truly mattered. The identified contractors' methodologies and approaches, and which ones represented genuine advantage.
The collaboration between purchasing, building and grounds administration and our subject matter experts was nothing short of exceptional. They didn't treat the evaluation as an obligation or a duty or routine task, but rather a privileged and shared responsibility. And ensured carrying the process through integrity, professionalism, and genuine commitment to doing what was best for the county and our community. I also want to recognize the Buildings and Grounds team for being the first department to fully follow and implement Policy 13. I'm so grateful to Director McNamara and Deputy Director Skelton for their positive response, active participation, and genuine enthusiasm throughout this process. They didn't just engage with the new policy process, they embraced it. Their excitement to finally have a clear, consistent process and defined path forward has been energizing and affirming for me. It's exactly the kind of collaboration that makes these policy implementations successful. In many organizations, efforts to modernize procurement are often met with hesitation or resistance. That has not been the case here. Every department, every role I've encountered, every level of leadership I've experienced nothing but enthusiasm and true partnership. So I am so excited and so grateful for that. So now going to the evaluation process, I do want to say this is probably this is the most transparent, disciplined, and defensible evaluation of my career. I have had hundreds. And the passion and professionalism of our evaluation team just set a new standard on how we approach competitive selection. Every evaluator was deeply committed to ensuring the process was fair, objective, and consistent, and that every contractor was evaluated against the same evaluation criteria and using the same bar of expectation. So the first step to the evaluation process, each member of the evaluation committee receives a document from me stating their exact duties and responsibilities, and they have to sign a confidentiality and a conflict of interest form where they confirm there is no conflict of interest and that during the evaluation process, everything is to remain confidential. And then once we actually meet, they are to come fully understanding and thoroughly read the RFP, the evaluation criteria, submittal requirements, the project, all of the addenda issued, as well as each proposal submitted. And they have already come in with their own independent scores. So before even us meeting, they already have scores and notes for each proposal. And then at the first evaluation meeting, we discuss these scores and reach a consensus using specific examples provided in the RFPs to support our overall score. And again, at this point, the evaluation committee evaluates each proposal solely against the criteria, focusing on the written submissions without any external influence. Through clarifications and structured interviews, each finalist, each submitter, we decided to give all of the participants an opportunity to interview, as this was the first time we were implementing this process. And they were all given the opportunity to answer all of the same questions in a 1-hour session. Every communication, document, and piece of data was distributed simultaneously to all participants. After these interviews, the evaluation committee reconvened to revisit every score to ensure that we remained consistent and that every strength, deficiency, and added value was measured equally. I do have to acknowledge that my communications during this process with the contractors is very direct and formal, and that is intentional. And it's essential to maintain a neutral tone and ensure that every contractor receives the same information at the same time and in the same way. This is what protects fairness and integrity of the process. And it's central to the transparency of Policy 13 of what it was designed to do. However, my dry communication does not reflect the county's genuine appreciation to every contractor who participated. The firm, they were all highly qualified. They all submitted wonderful proposals, and I wish I could tell them you all did a great job in the moment, but I have to remain fair, and I just want to know the vendors to know, contractors to know, I am so grateful. It was truly challenging to reach a final recommendation and to score. You'll see they were all, their scores were all close together, especially among the two finalists. After independent scoring and consensus reviews and interviews, two firms emerged as finalists, Miller Davis and Elite Companies. Miller Davis achieved the highest overall score and demonstrated exceptional capability to manage complex, high-profile projects, particularly in active downtown environments like ours. Miller Davis has been building Kalamazoo County projects for more than a century and brings deep understanding of the area's public and institutional infrastructure. Their proposed leadership team offers an impressive balance of senior oversight and hands-on technical experience. They particularly hired as not only a consultant, but an overseer and active participant of the construction process, an expert specifically of parking structures with 30 years of experience and 100+ projects under his belt, which further strengthened their technical expertise. And Elite, while comprised of a quality project team with decades of experience and a solid record of delivering projects on time and within budget, it is a much younger company, founded in 2018, and their direct experience with structured parking facilities was found to be slightly more limited than Miller Davis. However, their key strengths were community engagement, subcontractor coordination, workforce development, and a very strong commitment to diversity and inclusion through multiple local. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you mid-sentence.
I'm sorry.
So we're just hitting our 6:30 transition time.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna address that and then we'll continue.
Okay.
Discussion as appropriate. So council, should I adjourn our committee of the whole direction, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you can adjourn this meeting to the call of the chair and then call the next meeting into order, adjourn that to the call of the chair, then call this meeting back into order, ma'am. Thank you.
And as I call the second meeting to order, do I call it forward as the statutory meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So at this time, we are going to adjourn our committee of the whole and then to the call of the chair. Thank you. So just tell me a direction and then I forget it. Appreciate that support. Okay, and then I will now call to order our statutory annual meeting. And I am going to adjourn that meeting to the call of the chair. Thank you. And now I will reconvene committee of the whole. Appreciate your patience.
No,
mid-sentence.
thank you.
Thank you so much, council. Please
you.
continue.
I do want to go back to their strengths, which was community engagement, their subcontractor coordination, workforce development, and a very strong commitment to diversity and inclusion. They have numerous partnerships with local entities like the Access for All, IBEW, West Michigan Hispanic Contractors Association, and other local trade schools and workforce programs. Both firms were viewed as fully capable of delivering this project. However, Miller Davis's team was found to have more local experience and deeper technical expertise as it relates to parking structures. As far as their project understanding and approach, Miller Davis was the only contractor to ensure that their traffic control plan keeps Metro bus service and public access open during construction. And they had a very detailed approach, such as weekly meetings, daily coordination sessions, and real-time digital reporting to track the project process. Elite also provided a solid project plan with weekly owner, architect, contractor meetings, daily site coordination, and monthly written progress reports. And also, while well organized, their plan included fewer details about downtown traffic control and public access. However, their approach met all the RFP requirements, just a little bit less site-specific than Miller Davis. Both firms showed strong financial stability and safety performance. Both firms have deep local connections. Miller Davis employs more than 40 local staff and has a long history of using Kalamazoo County subcontractors. And Elite Elite is headquartered in Kalamazoo and very actively promotes small and disadvantaged business participation, local job fairs, and trade partnerships that support workforce development. While Elite's pre-construction fees were lower than Miller Davis, their general condition costs were not itemized and were double those of Miller Davis. So in that regard, it is considered because of Miller Davis's transparency in itemizing their general conditions costs, they are less risky to the county, allowing for predictability and less variance. So in summary, both firms were strong. Miller Davis scored 694 and Elite 689. So that's a 5-point difference with truly they are both aligned with county values and goals. Miller Davis is providing excellent expertise and plans and predictability and riskiness. And Elite will be able to perform the job, does not have the technical expertise and experience and years track record with County of Kalamazoo that Miller Davis has. However, they provided a very detailed workforce development, local engagement plan. I believe that is all of my notes for this that I wanted to present. So Miller Davis scored the highest. It's up to the board to decide what direction they want to go, as they both provide added value in different areas. As a purchasing person, I do recommend award to the highest score, just because that is the most transparent way of awarding. However, our goals may differ. So
I appreciate the oversight and the thoroughness, the thoughtfulness, the collaboration with both the process, with the adherence to the new the bidder policy that we worked diligently on together. I think commitment to the process and the validity of the process and the subject matter expertise brought to bear through the review, for me, give me a lot of assurance that we made informed decision and that we've come forward with a recommendation that is both sound and aligned with our values. I see Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this very thorough report. My one question that I did not hear, how soon would this company, whichever one we select, be able to step in and get going on the project? I mean, is there any lag in if we hired them tomorrow, would they be able to start tomorrow afternoon?
I'm so grateful for that question because it is very important. We do believe that because of Miller Davis's extensive resources, they will have a better chance of not having issues with completing this project, since this is, we want this done as quickly as possible. They do have access to prefabrication concrete probably more readily and easily than Elite Davis, just because of their experience and their outreach and their size.
Okay, did either company give you any kind of, well, we can't start for until next Christmas time or something like that?
No.
Or did they say, yeah, we can get going pretty quickly?
Right, that it's up to us. However, the other contractors specified more of an issue the longer we took to make a decision. Miller Davis did not present that concern.
Okay, I know Vice Chair Pro Tem wants it groundbroken now. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I share Vice Chair Pro Tem's concerns on the expediency of this project. But first of all, I want to say thank you, Director Barbosa. I think where we are now compared to where we were 3 years ago or 2 years ago when we tried to do something like this that just no one ever followed, I think you are such a breath of fresh air to this process. I think you've narrowed it down to 2 excellent companies, and I think either way we go, the board is going to be well served. My gist of it is, looking at it, I tend to factor more into the community involvement and community engagement. And I like the fact that they're involved with the Hispanic American Council. They're involved with all these different apprenticeship programs that I lean towards elite, but I could go with either one. We've got two good companies. I mean, we're going to be talking about copper pipes or whatever type of pipes in the household hazardous waste building, which that's always gets to me when we have a project that we're using the same people again. But my leaning is towards elite, but I could go either way. And most importantly, I've heard from members of the building authority. I've heard members from different organizations throughout the community, labor organizations, business owners, that this process works and it is so much better, and they value it because of the ability so that they can look and see how other people did. Maybe next time when they go through, they're like, oh, we'll put this in. I think you've started something here that's will probably trend other municipalities. And I think kudos to the hard work that you put in for administration and for everybody's thing. I lean towards elite construction, but I'm happy to go with either or.
Are there any other comments? All right, at this time, I think administration would like some direction from the board, sort of by consensus. They need to begin preparation of contracts so that construction may move underway. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm with Vice Chair. I'm leaning towards elite as well. I think they bring some really unique things to the table as well. So.
I will share a viewpoint. I think the process has identified the vendor that's come forward with the highest score that would most expeditiously execute the project that we're desperately in need of. And so I will be in support of Miller. Commissioner Mazur.
I agree. I support Miller.
We have a.
You guys get it.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Ray.
Yes, I would also be in support of Miller Davis, just respecting the process that's in place, accepting the recommendation.
Any others? It's not a vote, but we need by consensus.
I would do elite.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I'd go with Miller Davis. The score was what they recommend, and we're 2 years late now.
Any other feedback? Okay. Commissioner Kessler, yes.
Yeah, I hate to be a supporter of process, but I really am in this case. And if it's a 5-point difference, that's the same as if it was 50. Miller Davis, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think we have consensus at this point to move forward the contract with Miller Davis. I want to thank all of the applicants, everyone involved in the process and the development and the integrity of what we've done here. I'm proud of this work. I look forward to seeing a beautiful parking structure, and we have more projects to undertake in the near future. So I have heard, so we'll see how that goes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, thank you for that presentation and discussion. We're continuing with our committee of the whole agenda. Next, coming forward this presentation on the recommendation from the Housing Ad Hoc Committee on housing millage applications for the multifamily category, and we will welcome Housing Director Volkema. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. I will be brief tonight. The Housing Ad Hoc Committee met and they recommended 3 projects: Healthy House in the amount of up to $300,000 for fire suppression at a multifamily unit designed to support women with substance use disorder located at 3625 Douglas Avenue. This would include site work, storm, water main, and a 4-inch service to the building, jack and bore, and asphalt replacement. They have to have fire suppression to get a certificate of occupancy. We also supported supportive services on Healthy House, and I know they also applied to your funding, and a couple of you recommended that, but you gave a recommendation under supportive services on Healthy House. The next one is Edison Community Partners in the amount of $500,000 to support the bricks and mortar of the Cal Recovery Project located at 333 East Ellicott. As you know, Cal Recovery is a 48-unit of permanent supportive housing in Kalamazoo's Edison neighborhood designed to support individuals enrolled in the problem-solving courts. With timely environmental clearance, closing on the project is targeted for January 2026. The developer is in the house. You know that we have struggled to get this one to the finish line. It has a pretty complicated layered financing deal, and it is really, he has ARPA money, he has prior housing millage money, he has opioid settlement money. We really need to get this one to the start line in January. The third one that the committee scored was Hope Through Navigation in the amount of $450,000 for phase 2 of the tiny house project, subject to the purchase of the property from the city of Kalamazoo Brownfield and a revised pro forma and updated bid documents, which we are working actively with project manager Gwendolyn Hooker, who's also in the house. There were 2 projects that we did not score. We held back. One is Beyond Burdick, and the other one is Cedar Street Apartments. We will bring the ad hoc committee together again, and we will score those and bring that recommendation forward in December. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Director. Are there questions? Okay, seeing none at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you to the members of the ad hoc committee for the work and feedback, and for all of the applicants. So now we have 4 remaining items. We had our first reading, the retirement resolution amendment of section 16, memorializing a retirement pension, retiree and active member benefit adjustments. I think one of the things to be mindful for, this will come forward for a final vote at our next meeting. But you know, we made some reductions to the fringe rate in our budget last year that afforded us a little bit more flexibility to meet board priorities. We're looking at $400,000 of those sort of projects this time. In our next budget cycle, this may have impacts where the fringe rate may need to be adjusted maybe next year or the year after to ensure that we're keeping stability in the benefit fund. And so it may have impacts on what other priorities can be addressed. So I think just being transparent with the board that that's a reality of the decision. But as I have advocated already, you know, our retirees have gone a long time with no adjustment, which really is effectively a reduction in the value of their retirement benefit, and particularly for the folks at the lower end of our pay scale, that's you know, very, very difficult to weather. Any other comments or questions on that, Vice Chair?
Just reiterating and emphasizing what the chair said, she's absolutely correct. In every aspect of it, the fact that we need to do this and the fact that as we go forward in future budget adjustments, this is eating into about $1 million a year of our surplus. With both the active retirees and the employee benefits, what we're doing is eating into about $1 million, and we've got about a $4.5 to $5 million the eating in that's going to be in the bond rate. And then as the chair said, our employee benefits will probably, our fringe rate will probably, if not next year, the year after, we'll have to probably go back up in order to cover some of these specific non-medical benefits that we're giving employees. That being said, I think we need to do all that, but I think we need to be just cognizant as more and more shiny things come. And I'm going to use Commissioner Gissler's line. This is one of those priorities. I'm prioritizing this, but as other things come down the pipe, this is what I'm going with, and I'm going with it now. So.
All right, I'll take us to the next item, is the proclamation honoring the Kalamazoo Ladies Library Association and their induction into the Michigan Women's Hall of Fame. Congratulations to them on that. Any comments or questions? Next item is a proclamation recognizing October 2025 as Juvenile Justice Awareness Month. If I could talk, and we'll take that up for a vote later. Any questions or comments? All right. Finally, our last is proclamation declaring October 23rd as Keep the Lights On After School. That's a final first reading. Exhaust the agenda for our committee of the whole. I will call that meeting adjourned. And then I will reconvene our statutory meeting. And then I'd like to propose a recess. We need a break. Yeah, just cracking that gavel. 10, 15 minutes, what's the, to 7? 15 minutes? 15 minutes? We'll take a 15-minute recess. Thank you. To call a chair. I'm gonna call to order our statutory meeting. It's quiet in the chambers, please. We're gonna move forward with business. Thank you, council. Okay. Excellent. Thank you to the commissioners for our work and effort. We're gonna reconvene from our recess and begin at the top of our agenda for our October 7th, 2025 meeting. Item number 1 is our invocation and reflection. Commissioner Gisler, or is it Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Taylor has volunteered to lead us in that this evening.
And I kind of got thrown into this, so please excuse my brevity in this. Bow our heads. Dear Lord, we ask that you give us the wisdom to make the best decisions for all residents of Kalamazoo County. We ask that you give us the patience to treat each other with respect and know that together we will come up with a better solution than we ever could on our own. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk, will you please call our roll?
Commissioner Mazer?
Here.
Commissioner Morales?
Present.
Commissioner Ray? Chair Strebs?
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Here.
Commissioner DeLu? Commissioner Gisler?
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler? 7 present.
Thank you, and Commissioner Ray will join us shortly. We'll go to item 4, proclamations. We'll begin with item 2025-974, request for approval of a proclamation honoring Ron Kelly Jr. for 25 years of service. That's going to be presented by Vice Chair Taylor.
And this truly is an honor for me to do this.
Deputy Kelly, would you like to join him?
Stand up.
Yeah, he wants to just stay hard
He
at
wants-
work. But we'll let him take a break for some recognition.
He's always working. Whereas Ron Kelly Jr. has served the residents of Kalamazoo County with honor and dedication for 25 years as of September 18th, 2025. And whereas Deputy Kelly has faithfully served as a deputy in the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office, consistently going above and beyond in his role, displaying a level of kindness and consideration that is truly admirable. And whereas Deputy Kelly's vigilance and care are unparalleled, whether ensuring the safety of the county administration building and surrounding area, or making sure that employees and guests alike feel secure. And whereas his keen awareness and proactive approach are vital to maintaining a safe and welcoming environment for everyone who steps through our doors, setting a high standard of service and commitment that inspires confidence throughout the department and community. And whereas Deputy Kelly's service at his post in the county administration building has demonstrated to visiting residents and county employees alike the professionalism, dedication, and character possessed by so many high-quality individuals employed in the sheriff's office. And whereas during the May 7th, 2024 tornado, Deputy Kelly demonstrated leadership and presence of mind by swiftly sweeping the administration building, locating employees and visitors, guiding them to shelter, and providing frequent updates to ensure calm and safety. And whereas Deputy Kelly is attentive, insightful, and engaged with all happenings within the county administration building, so that every employee who works there on a daily basis feels safer knowing he is on duty. And whereas countless residents have benefited from Deputy Kelly's compassion and willingness to go the extra mile, whether by providing information, responding to medical emergencies, or assisting individuals with mobility challenges and crossing busy intersections. And whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees whose longevity brings expertise, strength, and stability to public service, and Deputy Kelly's 25 years of service exemplify these values. Now, therefore, be it Proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with deepest gratitude the many years of dedication and service that Deputy Ron Kelly Jr. has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes to Deputy Kelly for many more years of mutual association and extends heartfelt appreciation on behalf of the employees, residents, and visitors of Kalamazoo County.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I did promise some people in the audience I wouldn't do a speech because of the time. I started this career in law enforcement in the year 2000. Simply so I wouldn't forget how long I've been employed in the sheriff's department. Counting to 25 from zero is much easier than trying to do it any other way. I was working the road with the past sheriffs that were in here, current undersheriff that was in here. Seen a lot, did a lot. Couldn't ask for a better community to be in. In 2018, I was working the road patrol and a memo came out from one of my bosses. Went out to all road patrol, all qualified road patrol, anybody wanted to take a position at the county administration building, put in their resume to come down here. Long story short, I got the position because there was no one else who wanted it. So hopefully I made you guys down here in this building, commissioners, staff, everybody here makes it so much easier for me to come in every day. And hopefully I did what you expect me to do. And to my undersheriff and anyone else listening in this room that gave me this opportunity to come down here, I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, it's almost time for bed.
And I just really quick, a couple years back, some staff at the county administration building watched Deputy Kelly give his lunch to a homeless person. So the compassion of this man. So thank you.
Squeeze it in, friends.
That's also the longest he's ever spoken, even on a credit. Oh my God, thank you. That was good.
Wonderful.
Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, I just have to say this, Deputy Kelly also helped to write the disruptive persons policy.
Yeah.
So his contribution is enormous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, to be clear, our agenda reminds me to do a roll call and I asked for a voice vote. So clerk, will you please call the roll? Let's really formalize that.
Commissioner Morales,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebbs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue, Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
8 yes.
That motion carries. Congratulations again, Deputy Kelly. All right, we'll move now to item 2025-1252. This is a request for approval of the proclamation recognizing October 2025 as Juvenile Justice Awareness Month. Commissioner Morales?
Alrighty, whereas Juvenile Justice Awareness Month observed for October 1st through the 31st shines a light on the critical issues faced by youth entangled in the juvenile justice system, recognizing the urgent need for reform and the promotion of rehabilitation over punishment. And whereas this month-long observance aims to raise public awareness through educational campaigns, community events, and advocacy efforts that highlight the importance of providing support and resources to at-risk youth, ensuring they have the opportunity to thrive and break free from the cycle of incarceration. And whereas Juvenile Justice Awareness Month calls upon communities, organizations, and policymakers to work toward creating a more just and equitable system that prioritizes the well-being and potential of every young person. And whereas Bent Not Broken is dedicated to the empowerment and support of youth impacted by the juvenile justice system, recognizing the immense potential and resilience within each individual youth. And whereas Bent Not Broken provides a safe and nurturing environment for youth to engage in peer coaching, leadership development, and community building activities. And whereas the organization is committed to fostering a sense of agency and self-worth among its participants, ensuring that every youth feels heard, valued, and supported. And whereas the youth of Bent Not Broken actively participate in the creation and implementation of programs taking ownership of their personal and collective growth. And whereas Bent Not Broken staff and board members, many of whom have been directly impacted by the criminal legal system, bring invaluable perspectives and experiences that enhance the organization's mission. And whereas Bent Not Broken has demonstrated a commitment to continuous improvement using pre-tests and post-tests to measure the effectiveness of its programs empowering youth and supporting staff. And whereas Bent Not Broken seeks to break the cycle of incarceration and build a brighter future for its participants through education, mentorship, and advocacy. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Bent Not Broken shall continue its mission with unwavering dedication, striving to uplift and empower every youth it serves, and to create a more just and equitable society for all. And be it further proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners recognize October 2025 as Juvenile Justice Awareness Month. In witness whereof, we hereby affirm our support and commitment to Bent Not Broken's mission and the transformative work it undertakes in Kalamazoo County, Michigan.
Motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
8 yes.
That motion carries. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you to our youth for being so patient while we sat through these meetings, for your well-deserved recognition for all of you. Thank you for that. I'm going to move us forward to item 5, communications. We have item 2025-1035, Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority 2024 Annual Report. Any questions or concerns with that? Okay. All right, we'll move to item 2025-1240. We have a FOIA Appeal R 016089, 082525.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, council.
Yes, will you please refer that to Corporation Counsel's office for handling and response? Thank you.
Thank you so much, council. That will be referred to you directly.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we'll go to item 2025-1210, Wexford County Resolution 2515, opposing the House of Representatives fiscal year 26 budget cuts to county revenue sharing. Item 2025-1211, Chippewa County Resolution 2519, supporting Senate Bills 293 and 294 that would create an effective bond for forfeit profit for animals seized due to pending or active court cases involving violations of animal neglect or cruelty by the animal's owner. We also had item 2025-1233, letter from Erie Clapp expressing concern regarding the purchase of the McDonald's property. 2025-1234, letter from Ned Vandersalm expressing concern regarding the purchase of the McDonald's property. 2025-1235, Crawford County Resolution opposing the MDHHS plan for competitive procurement process for the prepaid inpatient health plans. Item 2025-1236, Crawford County Resolution fiscal year 26 budget cuts to county revenue sharing. 2025-1241, Genesee County Resolution to recognize the month of October as Indian Heritage Month. 2025-1237, Eaton County Resolution opposing House of Representatives fiscal 26 budget cuts to county revenue sharing. And 2025-1242, Genesee County Resolution to recognize the month of July as Disability Pride Month. Are there any other communications from the commission? All right. Seeing none, let's go to item 6, approval of our minutes. Entertain a motion for 2025-1232, approval of September 16th draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to item 7, approval of the agenda. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Ray. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The agenda is approved. We'll go to item 8. Under presentations, we're going to conduct the balance of our interviews for the Aeronautics Board. Get myself back in here. Thank you for your patience. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to pull that up so I can bring up our candidates in of no particular order. So just as presented in the packet, we'll take up an interview with Mr. Doug Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're welcome to join us at the podium. I usually offer, if you'd like to sit as well, that is up to you. Welcome. So on the base of the microphone, there's a button with a person on it. That'll turn your mic on. Welcome.
Welcome.
Good. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. So as is usually our custom, we did not do in our first meeting. We'll introduce ourselves as we go around. I'm Commissioner Strebs. I'm chairperson. I represent District 2 in the county. And I'm just going to lead us off with our first question, and then we'll go to my left this time since we went the other way last time. All right. So could you tell me what you know about this this authority? Have you been to any meetings, and why would you like to serve on it?
Yeah, I've been involved in the airport going on almost
30 years now, and been to quite a few different airport board meetings. I've also I still serve on the advisory, like snow committee, safety committee. So I've been very active in the board, and I'd like to participate.
Good. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff Hepler, District 7, Cooper, Richland, Ross, and Charleston area. My question is, what do you expect the board to do for the community?
Really just oversee, make sure the airport continues to thrive, grow, and is accessible to everyone in the community. I think we've got I'm obviously biased. I think we have an excellent jewel of an airport out there. We've got an excellent aviation environment in this county, and I want to continue to see that grow.
Thank you. Hello there and welcome. I'm Tees Morales, representing District Number 3. Have you had any diversity, equity, and inclusion training? If so, tell us about it. Please share with you what you have learned from working with people of different cultures.
Absolutely. Through college, I've actually got a social science degree in criminal justice. So I've taken numerous courses in ethnic minority relations. Through my corporate involvement, executive management involvement, I was responsible for putting programs together and making sure they're implemented. And as far as, my experience has been overwhelmingly positive. I believe diversity makes us better. I really do.
Hi there, I'm Abigail Wheeler. I represent District 4. What education, personal, or work experience do you have related to working with this board?
Currently, I'm the Great Lakes Region Director for Cirrus Aircraft. I've been there for the past 6 years. I've been a pilot since 1995. I'm a certified flight instructor, both for that and instrument, and been involved kind of uniquely on all aspects of the airport except maybe maintenance. In my corporate years, I was a million-miler plus diamond with Delta. Now with Cirrus, I primarily fly on the general aviation side of that. So I've been able to see the airport work in from those two different angles. That helps.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Ray. I represent District 1.
Evening, Commissioner.
And my question is, what is the greatest strength that you bring to the board?
I think probably just from my past experience, leadership and collaboration. I've been accused of being able to look at both sides of an issue and move things forward.
Commissioner Gissler, you'd like the next one?
Thank you, Doug. I'm John Gissler. I represent 5 of the 15 rural townships in the county, so it's a lot of farm country and that sort of thing.
Evening, Commissioner.
Can you go to the meetings, and can we count on you to attend regularly?
Absolutely. I think I've seen you at a couple of them too, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm hard to miss.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because of my coffee or...
Yeah, I should, and this isn't a slight on anybody, but I don't go to Florida or anything, and so yeah, I'm here year-round. Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Wendy Mazer, District 8. Do you have any questions for us?
What are your, I'm here to, would be just a kind of a freshman board member. Any type, any way as far as what you want to see me support for the county. Your visions as far as where you want to see. I also just recently, I just got admitted to the KRESA board. I think there's a lot of good educational opportunities that we could leverage the airport to use. I'm excited about what's going in over here on I-94. And I've kind of the philosophy of, learn, earn, and return. And I'm getting into the return phase of my life now. So do you have anything that's, hey, I'd really like to see, other than we're getting a longer runway, which is going to be great. Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Morales.
Oh, sorry. I need to be recognized by the chair. I guess we see what role you're going to run for.
the chair, collaboration, all the things. So as an educator, I just recently, of course, we help push the millage through and all those things. I just went out to K-RISA. And one of the things that I think we struggle with is with persons of color who are pilots. And so since you mentioned that, a lot of times working at the college, especially when they start at the community college level, coming from high school with that transition, they got 3 years before they get to WMU to maybe get into that program and then be able to afford flight time. Do you, if you're on there, what would you be thinking about, connecting with more students to give them that, afford them that opportunity, and maybe this could be the wrong word, but having a rebate program. Hey, you go to K-RISA, you go to Valley, you transfer to WMU, and we help to pay for that flight time. I think with our youth, that's the biggest concern and challenge, is that they get through the program, but then when it's time to get those hours in, they can't.
Absolutely. Two things I would address with that. First of all, aviation is a huge industry. It's got a big tent. You don't necessarily need to be a pilot. Right now, we're screaming for technicians. We need airframe. We need engine. We need especially avionics. So it's not just necessarily flying. There's a lot of other areas. Like my daughter, for instance, she's an ops assistant now with Coletta Air. She doesn't fly. So there's a lot of good jobs. Aviation is expanding. With all the resources we have here in Kalamazoo, we really are special, and I travel all around the country. We have a lot of resources to promote that, in my opinion. There's a lot of diversity programs out there now, Cirrus being one of them, but like the Aviate Academy with United, that they're able to address that problem, exactly what you're talking about, because flight time is not inexpensive.
And a follow-up question, just with all the air traffic control issues that we're seeing with this current administration, what would you bring to that board to ensure that anyone flying in and out of Kalamazoo County are landing and exiting safely?
I know quite a few of those individuals. Rest assured, we're in good hands with those folks. We are a training facility here, training tower. Most people don't know this, but Great Lakes Approach, which covers almost the whole state of Michigan, is based here in Kalamazoo, which is another resource I don't think I tell people enough about. But obviously, they're going to be. I wouldn't worry. There's enough programs in sight. I think once again, this is an area of growth that we could hopefully get our youth interested in. Good paying jobs, and we definitely need more individuals there too. The security, in my opinion, if there's any kind of lapse there, is we just got overwork controllers.
Great, thank you for those questions. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Have a
Thank
good
you. You too. All right, the next interview we'll conduct with Mr. Mark Weiss. Welcome.
Thank you.
Right. So you're going to hear that same set of questions again.
Okay.
Right? It keeps it interesting. All the incumbent questions. My apologies. I'm glad I've got a team that helps keep me somewhat focused some of the time. All right. So not sure, we did them earlier this evening, but maybe you were not here. So our first question for you is, why is it you're interested in serving for another term on the authority?
Well, I've been on the board since 2012, and I've often thought it to be a very interesting group of people. The oversight of the operation of the airport is very interesting. It covers a lot of different areas, everything from finance, personnel, some environmental stuff as well. It's just a unique thing, and I agree with my predecessor in saying that the airport itself is quite the crown jewel for the community. Something that I mentioned back in 2012 during my first interview, and I still agree today, is that the airport is the first thing that people see when they're new to Kalamazoo when they fly in, whether it's for business, whether it's for family, whether it's for, attending some of the local museums in the area. That is the first view people have of Kalamazoo. And I thought it's a wonderful building, wonderful structure. I think we do a very good job at welcoming people to the community. And I've felt very proud that I was part of the group that has continued to do that. So I enjoy the time I spend there, and I really would like to continue for another term at least.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Have you had any diversity, equity, inclusion training? And if so, could you tell us about it? And please share what you've learned from working with people of different cultures.
Well, I'm currently the Director of Environmental Health and Safety at Western Michigan University, and I've been in that job for 11 years. We do various forms of DEI training, various forms of cultural education training. The university itself, I consider a world-class institution. It draws people from all over the world, Asia, Africa, European groups, people from Latin America, all sorts of groups come there. Not only students, we have a lot of foreign students. I think we have over 2,000 foreign students. We also have a lot of faculty and staff member that come from various places all over the world, as well as various parts of the United States. Our student body draws from all over, everywhere, all 51 states. So to me, that in itself creates a wonderful mixing, melting pot of different cultures, ideas, concerns. In the 11 years that I've been there, it's been a opportunity to learn how other people view things. Prior to that, I worked for a Japanese company in Battle Creek, and that gave me some insight into how other people from around the world approach things differently. So it causes you to reflect on your own assumptions, and it causes you to develop patience and understanding and create an environment where you can inquire as to why things are and why people believe what they believe.
Thank you.
What is the greatest strength as a board member? And tell us how you take part in the work of this board.
Greatest strength, I think I bring quite a bit of experience from various aspects. One, again, is my 30-year career doing environmental health and safety work, which covers, there's certain aspects of what happens at the airport, for example, extending the runway. There was some different environmental stuff that was done that I was able to contribute to the base understanding of the entire committee from my experiences that I've had in other jobs and other education. On the flip side of that, there's a tremendous amount of skills that other people on that board have that give me an opportunity to learn as well. So it seems like every board meeting I go to, I learn something new somewhere. And it's kind of like a lifetime of continuing education with different groups, different people, different concerns, all focused around what I consider to be the crown jewel of the county.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Good to see you, Mark. My question is, do you attend meetings regularly? I see you there all the time, so you must be.
I would say yes. In the last 2 years, I think I've missed one meeting. Yeah, my attendance is pretty solid. The administration of the airport does a good job publishing the dates of the meetings. I think one thing they've done very well since I started was had the meetings available now through Teams or WebEx, which even if I couldn't be a voting member, it still would allow me, if I couldn't make a meeting, to attend virtually, which allows me to absorb the information and possibly contribute anything that I might be able to. So yeah, my attendance record sort of speaks for itself, I would say.
I think so. Thank you.
Look at her looking at.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, not really questions as much as I make a comment. I do appreciate what I would consider is the county commissioner's support for the airport. There are many situations that come up in our interaction with the airport administration. They speak very highly of the county commissioners. I know there's a lot of support in a lot of the ancillary areas that people don't necessarily think about when it comes to the board, but or when it comes to the airport, things like human resources, legal review, and things like that. So instead of a question, I guess I would say thank you for the support you've given us at the airport as we run it to the best of our abilities.
Great. Thank you so much for taking time speaking with us and for your service on the Aeronautics Board. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Right, we'll move to our last interview this evening. Mr. Greg Hammerling. I said that correctly. I apologize if I didn't. I got it. All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay. So again, now this is the same set of questions. You tell me why you want to serve for another term on this authority.
Yes, I think I've been on the board since 2013. Certainly served as the chairman of the Aeronautics Board. So I've enjoyed each term that I've served. I see the things moving forward with the airport. I've seen a couple different directors in my time there. So we have some things that are ongoing. For example, our runway extension. I'd love to see that come to fruition. That's been a long process on our end, not without a lot of effort by the board to help further that along. So I would like to continue that participation.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Pro Tem, will you take the second?
Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to. Jeff Hepler, District 7. Have you had any diversity, equity, inclusion training? If so, please tell us about it. Please share what you have learned from working with people of different cultures.
So I currently serve as the director of the Business Travel Center for Whirlpool, so our corporate flight department. So as a people leader with the company, I think Whirlpool has been a long-standing company from a DEI perspective internally. So they helped to facilitate a lot of that training within our organization. And what I would say, how it translates then for me in that organization is obviously the people I work with or work for me, report to me. Additionally, outside of that, I think there's a benefit on the aviation side. We're an international company. We travel all around the world. We have people come in from all around the world, not only of our customers, but also our employees. So interfacing with those different individuals from different countries, their backgrounds, I think it's very helpful to understand that. I also do a little bit of part-time instructing at Western at their College of Aviation. We see a number of international students there as well. So I've had the opportunity to interface with students from, again, from different countries as they try to interface into the world of aviation. So I think that's very helpful in that regard.
Commissioner Morales, yes.
All righty, welcome.
Thank you.
Montes Morales, District Number 3. What is the greatest strength as a board member, and tell us how you take part of the work in this board?
So I think my greatest strength that I bring to the board is 30 plus years in aviation. I'm a pilot. I'm also an aircraft technician, so I see both sides of that end of aviation, which is probably the two big factors. In my role as a director of aviation, I also have my scheduling department is a big factor. So when I look at how our operation runs, that's a play in with the airport. I've also participated not only at Kalamazoo over the past 30 years, physically, whether I operate an aircraft myself out of Kalamazoo, traveled on the airlines. Also, I work for a company out of Detroit at Detroit Metro, so it's located at that airport. So I've seen the larger airport activity. Currently at Benton Harbor, an uncontrolled field, a little bit different than Kalamazoo, but still very important to our business and how that airport serves the Benton Harbor St. Joe area. So I think, again, the Kalamazoo Airport serving Southwest Michigan as a whole serves a really important part to what we do on the Aeronautics Board. And I feel that my background really helps to further that goal. So, thank you.
Hi there, good evening.
Evening.
Do you go to the meetings on a regular basis?
I do. I see Commissioner Gisler there on a regular basis as well. So thanks for letting him attend. But yeah, attendance is no problem.
Great. And then lastly, do you have any questions for us?
I think again, I'll go back to Commissioner Gisler. It's nice that there's representation from the County Board of Commissioners that comes to our meetings, and hopefully he provides feedback to you on what we accomplish. I would encourage anybody else here that if you want to know what's going on at the airport, feel free to attend our meetings. So I think in saying that though, what are the expectations for the County Board of Commissioners for the Aeronautics Board? I think Commissioner Gisler does a great job with that. And I don't want to say that he's biased, right? But if there's other things that you folks see that maybe you don't think gets expressed, we'd love to know that. So.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just say that whenever you have any more promotions, he's your guy. We
Sounds
have
good.
plenty of coupons.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, he likes that. Thank you. Yes.
Good. Thank you. I think we're all just interested in the airport continuing to grow, to be vibrant, to be flexible, and expand services as appropriate in many ways I hadn't even thought of and considered and learned about tonight. So thank you for your time. We appreciate your service on the board and taking time and talking with us this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Okay. All right, commissioners. So we interviewed 3 incumbents this evening. Mr. Weiss, Mr. Hemlick, and Ms. Miller, and then our new applicant, Mr. Johnson. So we have 3 vacancies. We have 4 very qualified and passionate candidates, and so open for some deliberation on thoughts. Vice Chair.
I'm probably biased in this, but I know Nicole Miller. I think she does a wonderful job. I know that she's extremely attentive. Every time there's an issue with the county and the city of Portage, believe me, she's calling me. But that being said, you're absolutely right. We've got 4 great candidates, and the airport is going to go through very interesting. All airports, regional airports, are going to go through a very interesting transition 2 to 3 years from now, as airline services change their sort of funding model from, instead of getting their money from their passengers, they try to get the money directly from the communities that their airports are. It's going to make it real difficult to compete. So, as we look down the road, 3 years, 5 years down the road, I mean, absolutely we need that runway expansion, because we wouldn't be able to even have the size of aircraft that we need to get to Chicago and Detroit if we did. But we're going to have a real serious sort of question that we're going to have to ask ourselves. The airport authority is going to have to ask themselves, where do we see ourselves in 3 to 5 years? How do we compete as a regional airport without the millions and millions of sort of subsidies that the Grand Rapids Airport gets? Where are we going to be in a position 3 years or 5 years from now? So I think who we pick here is going to be certainly reflective of that. I'll put my shtick in for Nicole. I thought Mr. Johnson did a really good interview as well. But as long as Nicole's on there, I'm good. So.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I would love to see Kalamazoo County grow like Grand Rapids. I do frequent Grand Rapids Airport. I like it better than Chicago or Detroit, and I can get some straight flights to places without having to have overlays and things like that. For me, I think Miller brings that extra part of knowing, what we can do when we come to Kalamazoo. So I like that part of what she brought to the table. From a fresh standpoint, I think Doug is the plug. Like, talking about K-RISA, you speak in my language with education. For the members, the incumbents that came in, this is a hard call, and I appreciate all of your service, but if I had to pick, it would be Doug, Greg, and Miller for me.
Commissioner Mazer.
Okay, well, I agree. I think we have 4 excellent candidates and this is tough. But I think my top 3 would be Doug Johnson, I think that's Weiss. Is that Weiss? Weiss, okay, and Greg Hamlick. So those would be my top 3.
Thank you, Commissioner Mazer. Commissioner Kistler? Commissioner Wheeler?
Yeah, I'm very torn. And just for context, Greg has stepped up as the chair of that board, just so we all know, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. This is really tough. I guess for a matter of consensus, I will concur with Matisse.
Thank you. Commissioner Kistler?
Thank you, Chair. I will make a comment, and that is that, and I don't want to write checks for Gil, but I don't think Gil's going to run the next time he's up for reappointment. And therefore, whoever doesn't get the nod tonight, for heaven's sakes, don't go far. You know, hang around because we're going to have a long-term. I think Gil Culver was one of the original Airport Authority members, and I think he's, and I'm guessing at this, he may be ready to say, time to move on to my next career. I do believe that's the case. So whoever we don't pick tonight, for heaven's sakes, let's hang in there, and your turn is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just chime in particular from Mr. Johnson's interview, I just learned a lot. You got me thinking about the airport in different ways. And I think looking at the headwinds in front of us, I mean, it's going to be pretty important for what we do going forward. So I'd like to suggest Mr. Johnson, Ms. Miller, and Mr. Hamlink would be my preferences there.
Those would be my 3 as well.
All right, so I'd entertain a motion.
I would move that we appoint Nicole Miller, Doug Johnson, and Greg Hamlick to the Airport Advisory Board.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? Again, thank you to all of the candidates for your time, for your service. I appreciate that very much. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay. Let's see. Item number 9, we have public hearings. Open the annual public hearing for the proposed 2026 budget, Kalamazoo County, for Kalamazoo County. Anyone wishing to address the board on this public hearing? I saw someone thinking about it over there, so. Please join us at the podium.
Yes, I just want to make sure, Chair, that you mean to address the budget. Or,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, my apologies if I was not clear.
Thank
you, Prosecutor.
May it please the Commission Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, other members of the Commissioner. I've been before this board many times over the years, arguing for increases in my budget at the prosecutor's office. I'm not here today to do that. I'm not asking you for an increase. I'm not asking you for additional positions. What I am asking you is for maintaining our current staffing levels. We do have vacancies, but those vacancies are being filled. At the time information was gathered regarding vacancies, since then, 2 of the assistant prosecutor positions have been filled. We have interviews yet this week for the other 2 remaining assistant prosecutor positions. We expect those to be filled. We've presented a plan to administration and the board. It was originally scheduled to be on the agenda today, but has been moved to your agenda for the 21st. regarding legal assistance and a plan for position eliminations, creations that will better serve the prosecutor's office moving forward with regard to those. And I also want to point out that in the 23 budget for 24, the state of Michigan appropriated money to local prosecutor's office through a high crimes community grant. It gave Kalamazoo $1 million. The condition on that money is that there be no reduction in the prosecutor's office budget. That money was also appropriated in the following year's budget. There was a snafu in the language that has now since been corrected with the adoption of the budget this week in Governor Whitmer's signature today. That also provides for another $1 million for the county prosecutor's office. And in this year's budget that was adopted, yet another $1 million. All conditioned on us not having a reduction in our budget. And a reduction in staffing will be viewed by the state as a reduction in our budget. I'm not asking for more. I'm asking that we maintain our current positions. That money will be used for additional staffing. That money will be used for training. That money will be used for recruitment. That money will be used for retention. It will be used for other tools to assist our office in addressing our pending caseloads. And all of that money that comes from the state comes without any cost from the county. There is no matching dollars here. This is just $1 million being appropriated by the state to the prosecutor's office, but it is conditioned upon no reduction in our budget, which means no reduction in our staffing, because that will be viewed as a reduction in our budget, because the state will see that as me using their money to pay for the positions that you've eliminated. I just don't want us to see, I just don't want to see Kalamazoo County fall into the mistake of not addressing our vacancies in a way that costs us money. Thank you.
Thank you, prosecutor. Appreciate you sticking to time. That's sometimes a challenge, so appreciate you. Welcome.
Good. Commissioners, hello. Donnie Cochran from Climax. I don't know if any of you have ever sat in a buddy seat of a John Deere tractor, but your butt hurts and feels like it does sitting in those seats. So I just thought I would provide that input if you ever think about getting new seats. I'm here, just want to speak real quick about the fair feasibility study that was read earlier. Just so you guys know, in our aware, there is a 501c3 being formed to work on that. It's taking a little bit longer than I wanted to. I don't feel like spending my own money to get a lawyer, so I'm working with another nonprofit who I met with today, and I thought originally they were going to help me form 501c3, but at the end of the meeting, they're like, well, here you go. This is good luck. I was like, oh, all right, perfect. So anyways, in the works of that, have been for a little while now, but I just wanted you guys to know that is happening. There is something going on in the background. Well, not the background, but trying to make that a reality. I know that the government can't. I'm not going to write you guys a check for the fair, right? It's just not going to happen. But I'd probably write I'd probably write the 501c3 a check to help fundraise for that. So I just want everybody to know, kind of start to make that a little bit more public. It's been public in the background a little bit, but that is happening, and looking forward to the continuation of that. We will need the county support to get that off the ground, right? It's not a simple thing to do. I don't know what I'm getting myself into, so tell me to run now if I need to. So that is happening. I feel like that it's good for you guys to know after that feasibility study. She did talk to me briefly. Then I was busy planning a wedding, so I never really responded to her. So that's my bad. She was going to present that to you guys, I think. So that is happening in the background. So thank you.
Welcome.
Chair, vice chairs, commissioners, I'm assuming we moved into public time?
We're still in the public hearing for the budget at this time. Public comment is next.
Okay,
Would you like to speak to the budget?
no, so I need to wait. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Probably stay right there. Is there anyone else wishing to address the public hearing? And administration, is there anyone online? Thank you. Okay, so let me close the public hearing. I got to use this extra tonight a lot. And now I'm gonna bring us to public comment, item 10. So I'm just gonna read an intro. So you can interact in person by phone at the number stated earlier this evening. Press *3 to join the queue. You can speak during both of our public comment periods in this meeting. If you're on the phone, you must press *3 again to join the queue after the first public comment period ends. As this is the first opportunity, you have up to 3 minutes to address us in a professional and respectful manner. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. And welcome.
Thank you. So, I'm Roger Tenier. I live at 7125 East ML in Comstock Township. And I'm here to talk about and ask some questions about the proposed purchase of the downtown McDonald's property for $9 million to build a new, larger county admin building. My question is, what is the taxable value or the SEV of this piece of property? I asked a reputable source, and this was shared with me that the amount was right around 700,000. So generally what you do is take that figure and times it times 2, which would be 1.4 million, which seems like a reasonable amount for that piece of property. So why are we offering 6 times more for property that is not worth that much? Seems like a real windfall for the McDonald's Corporation and or others who may be benefiting from this sale. The question is has the county gotten at least 2 independent appraisals for this parcel of property? If not, why not? So, up until about 3 years ago or so, the county had plenty of room to expand next to the new courthouse. The county owned all the property all the way up to Westnedge. And another question I have, hopefully somebody can get back to me with some answers, is how much did we get paid by the developers of the new arena for these 2 parcels of property? And then just another thought, if our current admin building is too small, can we move a couple of departments to other locations within the county? Such as the Drain Commission office maybe could move to the Road Commission. Seems like a natural fit to me. If we need more court space, I believe we still have court space on Gull Road. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Why not use it? So I urge you as a board to explore more than just this one option. Be fiscally responsible. Our taxes are high enough. And just what a lot of people have shared with me, they really don't like to come downtown to do business or shop, or let alone drive the streets of Kalamazoo. And I've heard that from many people. So I pray that you as a commission will pray for wisdom and discernment before you make any decisions. And please make sure that you're representing all the people of Kalamazoo, not just your own interest, but the interest of all people. So thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem. My name is Mary Balkema, and I just wanted to recognize the CEO of the Family Promise, Cheryl Such, is in our midst, and we have that contract on our agenda. She's a graduate of the University of Michigan. Then she worked in Grand Rapids, and now she leads the national organization. They have over 200 affiliates across the country. So we are honored to have her, and we are also thrilled that this item is moving on the agenda tonight. It's a really, really big deal, and it's another step in opening the family shelter that you have supported from the beginning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Yep, a little with that person on it. There you go.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. It's nice to be here, see you here. My name is Tony Kennedy, and I am here under the Veteran Lens cap. I wanted to share with you that this weekend, October 11th, we have an event at the American Legion, Post 36. It's 1920 East Kilgore Road. And so what I would like to do is invite the commissioners to come out, because in order to be able to help our constituents and in our community, we have to know what's out there, what's fresh, what's new, and knowing that we have resources that are coming into our community. The VA is coming, we have horses, we have, you know, the vet center, different resources that are there to help veterans, and there are resources there that also are looking to expand their information into the Veterans Lens. So I have some flyers that I will hand over to my left so they can share. I'm really hoping, thank you. I'm really hoping to see some of you there. It's 12 to 4, as most of you know. When I do events, it's nice to sleep in sometimes on a Saturday, and by leaving at 4 o'clock, we still have an opportunity to catch another event or have some family time, etc. So we are going to be doing haircuts. There'll be there'll be meals. We have a band that volunteered to play. It's a blues band, which is kind of cool. So I encourage you all to try to come, bring a family member, bring a vet with you, learn some things about what's out there right now, especially in our climate. We don't know what's happening, what resources are available, etc. And the only way we're going to be able to advocate for absolutely anyone is if we too are informed. So I would love to invite you there, and thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything that you do. Take care.
Thank you. Come again.
Hello again, Jane Ghosh, Discover Kalamazoo. A few weeks ago, it was announced that Wings West was closing due to an ice failure, and that Greenleaf Hospitality intended to permanently close Wings West. And at that time, Discover Kalamazoo got all of the ice user groups together to understand how can we work together to see how much ice does this community need and what would be potential paths forward. Today it was announced that a company called Black Bear Sports is purchasing Wings West with the intent to reopen it. They own ice facilities across the country, including, I believe this will be their 6th ice facility here in West Michigan. We once again got the user groups together to, once we were aware of the news, to understand what are the implications of this and for our plans going forward. Today we issued a press release, all of the user groups together with Discover Kalamazoo, with our commitment to working collaboratively with Black Bear, and to still conduct a feasibility study so that we can understand what is the true need of ice in our community and what are the right paths going forward. Because we foresee a world in 2028 where we might be going from 6 sheets of ice to potentially as few as 4 here in Kalamazoo County, which is better than 2, which is what it might have looked like a few weeks ago, but still a reduction. And just wanted to let you know that there is, things are looking better than they were a couple weeks ago, and we are working very collaboratively with the ice users to figure out the future. Thank you.
Thank you. My hockey loving brother will be so excited. Any other comments? Administrator, is there anyone online? All right, I'm going to end that first public comment. We'll move to item 11. This is for the consent agenda. Entertain a motion. Motion made by Vice Chair, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem, for the consent agenda items to be voted on at one time by a roll call vote. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Straps.
Yes.
Yes, 8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right. The work in front of us. We'll go to item 12. Annual meeting items. Our first is item 2025-970. This is our request for the approval of a resolution to levy.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, will you, seeing none, sorry, Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Straps,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
You have 8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Item 2025-971, request to move forward to approve of a resolution to adopt the 2026 budget for Kalamazoo County to the October 21st, 2025 meeting. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Item 2025-972, request to move forward the approval of the apportionment report to October 21st, 2025 meeting. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, we'll go to, was my place there a second. Item 2025-973, request to move forward the adoption of a resolution to apportion ad valorem taxes to the October 21st, 2025 meeting. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. To item 2025-1129, request for approval of 2 appointments to the Kalamazoo County Board of Canvassers. Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would make a motion to approve Daniel Lundgren as the Republican appointee and Vince Lavieri as the Democratic appointee. These are both incumbents.
Thank you. Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations on your reappointments. Item 13, unfinished business and general orders. I have none. Item 14, new business, non-consent items. We have none. Item 15, this is the final opportunity for public comment this evening. Call the number as stated, press *3, up to 3 minutes. Please state your name, where you're from, once recognized. Anyone wish to make a public comment? Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Shook and I'm the CEO at Family Promise. I am thrilled to be here tonight. I am a born and raised Michigander and lived in Kalamazoo most of my life. I'm a proud Maroon Giant and very excited. My family still lives here. My dad was a longtime professor at Western and my mom a Kalamazoo public school teacher. So really excited to be able to do some work here in this community. Family Promise has operated for almost 40 years in more than 43 states with over 200 locations during that time. We've served more than 1 million people. And by the year 2030, we'll have over 1 million children have been in our care nationwide. So we are incredibly passionate about serving families with children, very passionate about partnering with this community. We've seen already in our short time over just the last couple of months an incredible commitment of this community to ensure that families with children have a place to call home here. And we are thrilled to see this commitment tonight and really excited and looking forward to the partnerships with the rest of the organizations here in Kalamazoo and throughout the county that support the families here, and very excited to have a long-term place and honored to be a small part of that work you all are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Gwendolyn Hooker. I am the CEO of Helping Other People Exceed Through Navigation, and I am so excited I can hardly contain myself because people know my struggle. This project has been through a whole pandemic, and so we are super excited for the funding unanimously decided by this commission so that we can get some more tiny houses up and going for justice impacted people. I am just almost moved to tears, but I'm gonna try not to cry. I got the wrong mascara on, but I am just super excited with the way that phase 1 is going and the work that we're doing with the people that are staying there. We have someone in trucking school right now. We have someone that's getting ready to move and buy a house, and the other person is in school. So this project is actually doing more than what even I envisioned, and I normally go big and think big. And so I'm super excited that we're going to have the opportunity to continue in this very critical work. Super grateful for the work of Housing Director Mary Balkema and Willa, and just all of the work that they supported and helped me as we kind of pieced all of these things together. So thank you so very much. I am extremely grateful and I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Also, October is National Bullying Prevention Month. And so, take time to be kind. It doesn't cost anything. It's totally free. We're having our 5th annual retreat for resilient justice this weekend, which is a great opportunity for youth that have been impacted by bullying and gun violence to come out, put their phones down and plug into nature, plug into social communication, and just really getting out there and just team building and having a great time, and also doing some conflict resolution and learning critical skills to how to manage a lot of the traumas that they have went through in a productive and positive way. So if you want to come out, we're there Friday to Sunday, and I'm sure everybody has flyers by now because I've sent them and emailed them and put them everywhere. So if you don't and you want more information, please reach out to me or go on our website or Facebook. We're everywhere. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Thought she was coming back for a 3rd time, but no. Is there anyone else? Administration, anyone online? Thank you. All right, we will close that public comment. Now we'll move to our final items. Item 16 is the report of officers, bodies, and the administrator, controller. We've had a long meeting this evening, a lot to digest, a lot of work. a lot of people advocating and participating, public comment tonight, people involved in our public hearings. That's exciting stuff. I mean, boy, that says a lot about what I think is fun, I guess. But to see when a community participates in its democracy, let's be mindful of how critical that participation is and how vulnerable it is. We're now awake and alert to the responsibility to be contributing members to our society and to our democracy as individuals. And this is just a little example in a little local government of how that happens, how different perspectives come together to get to outcomes that move all of us forward. And it can be done in a way that's functional and cooperative and professional. And, you know, that seems like a tall order sometimes for government. Doesn't have to be, especially not if we demand it to be so. In light of participatory democracy, October the 18th, there will be community participation. If you have concerns about how our Constitution is being treated currently, it's time. It's time to use your voice. It is time, well past time. I will speak in brief to some of the comments regarding our property acquisition downtown, and I do want to reassure the community of a couple of things. The board takes very seriously its role in being appropriate stewards of our resources. We had exhaustive discussions. We evaluated a number of options, and I think dialogue here had been happening, I would guess, nearly 2 years worth of time. Overall evaluation, thinking. We had a facilities master plan completed to really help us identify the needs, so that we can be functional and productive going forward. It's also, you know, important when we hear public comment about people not wanting to be in the downtown of our community, not wanting to drive here and shop here and work here. And that's exactly what we want to see resolved. We want people here. We want people shopping and working and being in community together. And that's why we made a conscious choice to make our investment in the center of the city. Beyond it being statutorily required that we have presence in the county seat of Kalamazoo County. So I will follow up directly with our former colleague, Roger Tunier, on his other concerns addressed, but you know, that was a strategic decision. McDonald's had lost its franchise, and we either took action to develop or someone else would, and this building is not going to be tenable for us going forward, so that time was primed. With that, we did a lot of stuff tonight. It was good. I'm so excited about Family Promise. I'm so excited Gwendolyn's back there too. We did housing allocations tonight. Cal Recovery, I mean, Willa and Mary were recognized recently for their work by Community Homeworks, for the excellent effort going on in our housing department. It's a pleasure to get to collaborate on all of that work and to help champion what we're doing on housing and so many more things. So I think that's enough. I'll stop rambling with that, Vice Chair.
Thank you. And to reiterate or just to exemplify, the fact that there's a lot of people that don't want to come downtown was the decision maker for me to reinvest and not give up on downtown, but actually to reinvest in downtown, not give up. That was the decision making for me. But yeah, the chair is absolutely right. We did a lot of stuff tonight. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the brownfield redevelopment report that we have. We've got one of the best brownfields in the state of Michigan. The size of our revolving fund, the size of what we're able to do, we can do way bigger projects than a lot of other communities similar size because we invested decades ago into a brownfield and we built those TIFs up and we're now collecting on so many of those. We have opportunities for site remediation, for lots of different things that can make us a better place for businesses to look to develop in. Also, did a couple of things on the consent agenda that I want to just mention too. We did a DTRF loan to Discover Kalamazoo because we have problems with hotels that think their taxes are more of a suggestion as opposed to something they actually have to pay. We've put in teeth that those taxes will be put onto their property tax bill. The Discover Kalamazoo is not the only organization that receives those accommodations tax. We also give accommodations tax to our Parks Department, and I think there's a small stipend for the treasurer as well. But as we look at that, and if we ever have to do another DTRF loan again, I would highly recommend that we do the whole thing and then make everybody whole, including the Parks Department. I don't think the Parks Department was in as dire need, but you know, as we develop that out. Also, canvassers. We appointed 2 canvassers that will certify elections, both parties. They won't play political gamesmanship for either political party. And I think that's an important testament to what our democracy is. And we say, where is that? To the veteran landscape. I'm sorry, I got all these notes here. But a little local government can do big things. Look at the state. They had to pass a continuing resolution that took them months and years. And we're able to, with the excellent job of our administrator controller and his staff, we're able to put together a budget that maybe all of us don't think, oh, this is 100% of everything we want. But you know what? I think everybody here would agree that it's in the high 90s. And I think that is a good testament of what compromise and what trust in our professional administrator and trust in ourselves looks like. As we move on and we're able to do bigger and better things, specifically with the airport, we had 4 great applicants for our airport. 2 years from now, a year from now, somewhere in that time, we're going to be making a huge decision on what the airport looks like in 3 to 5 years in Kalamazoo County. And having these people in place will help us guide that decision-making process. So, you know, and last, I can't say, Deputy Kelly, thank you. And Bo, it's time for bed.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we had a very full plate tonight. This board, I'm very proud of the hard work that we do, and we have collaboration, we have discussion, and it's very important that we have that discussion. And to more eyes on a project, you get better results in the kitchen. So cooking up a good thing. Yes, we need to work. We'll have more work to do on our budget. We'll have more work to do. It's the most important thing we do is the budget. So, but I'm glad to see we're moving ahead with our parking structure. It's very important to the community, and we'll move ahead with the other aspects of what we need to do in this area. We want to be mindful of our taxpayers, and oftentimes we overregulate and overtax. And I want us to be mindful that we need to be careful on taxation of our citizens, because we're hurting some of the people that we're trying to help. And I don't want to tax some people out of their homes. So I really want to be careful with how we do this taxing and how we do this regulation. And I think all of the governmental entities in our county and our state need to be careful with their taxation and their overregulation. That is what hurts businesses like the companies that build the houses and all the plumbing, all those things that go into that. If they're getting overregulated, they can't do their job. They can't afford to. So we got to be kind of careful with that. I also mentioned we're seeing a lot on the news about accidents, car accidents. At our last meeting, I got paged out right after I finished making a statement that Traffic is a health and safety hazard, public health hazard, and we had a fatal accident up in our neck of the woods. My wife was the second car behind it. She was a little shook up. She doesn't see that every day. I do. Not every day, thank God, but I see it too often. And I've been seeing it for over 50 some years. And I think that we need to crack down and hopefully hold people accountable for their actions. Obviously, sometimes it's a mistake, but oftentimes we're seeing cars and motorcycles and stuff driving in a very dangerous manner, and we need to stop it. We need to ask people to use their heads. Driving is a privilege, not a right, and people need to drive appropriately for everybody's safety. There was a recent article that every aspect, bicycles, pedestrians, cars, motorcycles, all went up in 2024. Those are statistics we currently have. A slight tick, but it went the wrong way. It went up, not down. So I'm trying to encourage my brother law enforcement folks and our firefighters that have to go deal with this and our medical staff to crack down a little bit on the poor driving habits that some folks have. Unfortunately, it's only at 10%. The problem is the 10% has gotten bigger because we have more people now. But with that said, please be safe out there, drive appropriately, walk appropriately. You need to have your head on a swivel so that you don't get in an accident or get hurt by somebody that is driving inappropriately or operating some kind of vehicle. But please thank those men and women of our military and our local law enforcement, firemen, policemen, public health and safety people for their work they do every day. And keep them in your prayers, and thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. I have several highlights that I want to discuss with you tonight and share, and if you have any questions, happy to answer those. Wanted to, highlight the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority's annual report. A lot goes into those reports, so I just like to take a little bit of time to recognize their contributions under the direction of our Macy Walters and Director Grover in the Planning and Development Department. Very small team that's dedicated to Brownfield redevelopment, but a heck of a lot of impact. And so one thing that I'd like to recognize, they're obviously a catalyst for development. Redevelopment projects supported by the authority have leveraged more than $100 million in private investment, turning once I'd say vacant or contaminated lots into thriving assets in the community. And so that's a testament to their leadership and their skill at the staff level and at the authority level from the members that you appoint. They shepherd environmental stewardship, and so they clean up and remediate projects that continue to protect our environment while encouraging responsible development. And so we're appreciative of that. And then their overall just community impact. Many of these brownfield supported projects align with the county's housing and economic development priorities, creating spaces that serve residents and businesses alike. So just like to give my gratitude and appreciation to them. They do a lot of hard work, a lot of tough projects, a lot of constructive criticism as should be, and I'm sure that they'll roll a lot of that feedback into their processes moving forward. So definitely appreciate your guidance and your input into their processes. I wanted to also give some recognition to staff on preparation of the 2026 budget process. So definitely want to extend my sincere appreciation to everyone. There's a lot of work that has gone in to this budget process that really our Director Ryan Post has spearheaded, in the sense that he's really done a lot of work behind the scenes to ensure that we're prepared and ready to respond efficiently as we continue to refine this budget. As you know, we are in the process of working with our lobbyists in the state to refine the revenue sharing numbers. And so we know we're around $248,000 short, but they also increased public safety revenue sharing. So we're trying to get some information from them on how that'll all balance out. It might balance out on the public safety side to where our numbers on the general revenue sharing side it just may be offset. So we're working with the lobbyist and Department of Treasury on that. But the budget team has been very diligent, professional, and has really shown an unwavering commitment to transparency and fiscal responsibility. So a lot of work has gone in there. Wanted to also thank all the department heads, division leaders for their collaboration throughout the process. A lot of dialogue has really occurred that has transformed the budget process. So we're appreciative of that. And then obviously a huge thanks to our lobbyist team, because now that we do have a lobbyist, we were able to at least remain flat and not receive reductions in state revenue sharing. And Mac has a lot to do with that too. But really, I have to say Graham does a phenomenal job for the county on a lot of fronts, and you'll hear more from him on the 21st. I wanted to give some insight, some foresight into some of your activities that or items that you'll consider rather on your October 21st agenda regarding emergency management and facility collaboration. So the FY26 budget, as you know, includes funding to support the remaining half of an emergency management position, completing a full-time complement dedicated to emergency preparedness and response, and that's in collaboration with the city of Portage. So in conjunction with that investment, companion items will appear on the 21st for a proposed purchase of real property from the city of Portage. And this facility will be used jointly with the Kalamazoo Consolidated Dispatch Authority as a backup emergency dispatch center. The county's Office of Emergency Management would also locate to that facility, creating a central hub for coordination and enhancing collaboration across agencies. So although the office will be based in Portage, we expect equipment will remain strategically distributed across the county to ensure redundancy and operational effectiveness and efficiency during critical incidents. So right now we have some equipment, for example, that's housed within the road commission, and that equipment would not relocate to Portage, for example. I also wanted to highlight the Senior Expo and Veteran Stand Down that occurred today at the Expo Center. So it marked a very important community event that honored seniors and veterans. So it connected older adults and caregivers to vital resources for healthcare and housing, to financial and resource or recreational opportunities, rather, all in one place. And then it also coincided with the Veterans Stand Down, where local veterans received free meals, haircuts, and on-site assistance from veteran service advisors and the Secretary of State's mobile unit. So that was an exciting event that was certainly not I would say, it was a heavy lift. Nonetheless, a lot of folks attend, and we rely heavily on our area agency on aging. So shout out to Don Saldia and his staff for participating in that event, along with our participating organizations, to ensure adults live well, remain active, and age with dignity in their homes and communities. Lastly, I definitely want to, my position allows me a little bit of privilege, and I will exercise it for the month of October. And it is no, I would say it's no coincidence that I am wearing purple today. And October stands for a lot of things, but one in particular that it highlights is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And wanted to definitely highlight that, as you all know that my my sister passed away due to domestic violence, and a lot of individuals in communities don't speak up about it on both sides. One, those that are victims of it, and those that are witnessing it. And I think that I would like everyone to reaffirm their commitment to supporting survivors of domestic violence. It's extremely important, and we have to be doing more about it to prevent it in our communities moving forward. So there are resources through the YWCA Kalamazoo. They provide a domestic assault program. And a 24-hour assistance line. The prosecutor's office also provides victim assistance
and witness, their victim assistance and witness unit also provides resources along with a lot of advocacy partners in this area. I really apologize. I didn't think that I would get emotional, but one thing I'd say is that I know that together we can spread the awareness, prevention, and show compassion for people in this that are experiencing this. You know, this is something that I never thought that me or my family would have to ever go through. And you know, I would always hear about it, and you know, just like I said, just never thought that it would hit home that close. So definitely, you know, keep an eye out for those in the community that are experiencing something like this because it's not right. So, lastly, on a more say on a more happy note, I do want to give some recognition, and I have to Deputy Kelly. He is just a phenomenal resource for this building and Kalamazoo County as a whole. Not only does he provide exceptional service to our staff, to the residents of this community, to just folks that are visiting the community, he makes himself available and is just a down to earth person. And so I come into this building, appreciate seeing him all the time. And when this issue happened, when my sister went through what she went through, Deputy Kelly was there, very supportive, and so I just appreciate coming into this building with staff like him and others that are very supportive, and I just want the community to know that that's a good man. So I have to keep him here, and you know he ensures that we're safe, and we know when we walk in this building we do feel safe. So so much appreciated. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Administrator Catlin. You know, I think you demonstrate a stellar level of professionalism for us, your service mindedness, and just what an example of how to be a caring and loving man in this world. To stand up for people who need it. And one of the things we're all doing, you know, one of the main causes of families to become homeless is experience and fleeing from domestic violence. And we're working on that. We're going to launch the landing place. We have a lot of families that need it. So get me and my feelings easy too. Look at that. Okay, with that. Are you all right? Let's go to Commissioner Wheeler.
Oh, thank you, Chair. We're all crying tonight. Thank you for being brave enough to share your story, Dr. Catlin. It's important. Other than that, I don't have anything else, but I do have to go back to work. So have a good night, everybody.
Commissioner Morel.
Well, I'll start. Thank you for your service. Ron. That's my brother from another mother. He makes sure Dr. Catlin didn't lie that in any situation, I have never felt unsafe walking in this building. A couple months ago, somebody ran up on me and he was on it. But then he said, nah, you look good. You look like you was about to sock him, so I ain't have to run downstairs. So, but we appreciate you and your service, 25 years. I pray that it's 25 more, at least while I'm still here. Thank you for your service too. Dr. Catlin, in a time where women's rights are being taken away, in a time where voting privileges look like they may be stripped, in a time where we don't have, in many states, control of our bodies and go through these issues, I appreciate your bravery. As a man, as a Black man, where in our community, we typically don't speak up about things like this. And it's it goes unsaid and you just deal with it. To our chair's point, I know so many women who have just run away and are facing the issue of being houseless or homeless, which I'm sure if we dug into COC's data,
and saw what were some of those common causes of their tip report, we would see that. This has been a great night. Just congratulations to either if you got reappointed or appointed. I'm excited about what's coming to Kalamazoo. I want to thank Director Balkema. I'm her favorite commissioner, if y'all didn't know. Just for all of your hard work and your commitment to rebuilding Kalamazoo and making sure that you have affordable housing. I remember coming to you like, we need to stretch this AMI out. And I might have made a mistake because now it's at 100%. But I just wanted to make sure that folks were included, that, you know, maybe over the 50% AMI, but still getting pinched, as you mentioned, with taxes and all of the cuts. You know, stuff is about to is hitting the fan. I'm not going to say it's about to. It's hitting the fan, especially with, you know, our nationwide budget cuts. Michigan is being hit, and in some instances, we're doing what we got to do. I appreciate Prosecute coming up, because sometimes he always say he's not asking for nothing and still ask. And this was one of those asks. He never asked for much. I will say it might be $5,000, but in this one, I want to make sure that we don't strip away $3 million by not making good decisions. So thank you for coming up and sharing those sentiments. It is, I'm getting older. My eyes ain't working. WMU's homecoming. It's a great day to be a Bronco. Sorry for my Central Michigan folks. You made a bad decision. But homecoming this weekend. The march down is Friday. If you are not too hip with what goes down at March Down, it's at Miller Auditorium. Doors open at 7. A great step show and play. And they have asked yours truly to host. So if you haven't seen me in my radio element, come out on Friday and I'll show y'all what time it is. Shout out to Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the only one sorority, and happy Hispanic Heritage Month. As Senora Bad Bunny said to you, you have 4 months to learn Spanish. So I look forward to the Super Bowl. And with that, we're gonna keep Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play, because you forgot tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Mazer.
Commissioner Morales, you beat me to it. It was on my list of things to say. Okay. Just a couple things. Thank you, Ron, for your service. I too feel safe whenever I walk into this building. So thank you very much. Couple other things. Dr. Catlin, you're in my thoughts and prayers still, you and your family. And this last 2 weeks ago, Camelot closed. We had full houses. So, you know, and I found out this was our 97th season. It was the opening show for our 97th season at the Civic Theater. The next show is You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown. That opens this Friday. So I'm not in that. Okay. But it'll be a great show. So, and then one last thing, I did the most awesome tour this last weekend. The Stewart Avenue home tour. We have beautiful homes, and I mean, they're just lovely, absolutely lovely. So I would highly recommend that the next time it comes around. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to compliment Ron for the terrific job he does. Thank you, sir. And Kevin, you're a great administrator and a real man. Thank you. And both those guys were among the first to arrive, were my assistants when I slipped and cracked my head in February on a curb. And they did take me to the ER, and after 6 hours they determined, okay, there's something inside there, you know. Two other things quickly. Voting equipment is going to be tested by the clerk's office and other places where the voting will take place. And I don't know that I'm as fully conversant with it as I should be, but the tabulators and all the other devices are going to be put through their paces, in front of any citizen that wants to sit in and make sure that the voting is going to be done right the next time we do that, which is going to be in November. And the last thing is I always try to promote my own little group, Kalamazoo Citizens for Responsible Government, and we will be meeting next Monday, the 13th of October at 8:30 in the morning at Mark's Diner on Romance and Portage. And Mike Clayton, the operations director of Great Lakes Drone Company, will be talking to us about what's happened in the drone industry in the last 18 months. We had the founder talk to us about 18 months ago, and it was incredible. I'm a sucker for technology, but what they were doing was just beyond belief. And he did talk, this is the 18 months ago, the founder, Matt Quinn, said that they had just signed the biggest contract they'd ever had, because they now do and I think it's like a 3-year contract to do the home game. Instead of pyrotechnics, it's drones making an American flag wave. And when they do that, they've got over 600 drones in the air at the same time being operated by one computer somewhere. And, so if you can get there and want to know more about drones, please do so. It's Mark's Diner on Romance. Mike Clayton is the presenter, and it's at 8:30 on Monday. Everybody's welcome. Thank you.
All right, one last thing from Commissioner or Vice Chair Taylor.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Gigi.
All right, with that, our statutory annual meeting is now in recess. We will reconvene on October the 21st at 6:30.